Testing, testing. Hey, Max. Hey, Layla. Same challenge. We'll see. Going live right now. Okay. Live on TikTok. Post my video. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. How is your Sunday going? Hey, Rose. Hey, Poopy. Hey, Abby. Hey, M Dragon. Hey, Neely. Hey, Gramalam. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're gonna be getting started shortly. Challenge today. I mean, we're gonna keep trying this one until I officially go. Did the Zoran scavenger hunt found nothing but comrades? Yeah. Speaking of scavenger hunts, I actually saw. I came across a live on my FYP that had nothing to do with politics, but it did seem pretty funny, right? And like entertaining. So basically, it was like the host was running a contest. I don't know what the prize was, but it was 9 boxes, and it was a scavenger hunt. And everyone had to have their camera on. They couldn't move their phone. They had to leave their phone, and then he'd call out for, "Oh, I need to see a wooden spoon." And then they'd all run to get a wooden spoon and bring it. And the last one would get like 1 strike or whatever. I didn't watch it to completion, but it seemed really entertaining. Have you been, Chris? Hey, Abby. Hey, Moxie. Fastest pre-show ever. Yeah, I don't think I want to be live too long tonight because Mac's here and I want to spend time with her. So I figured we'd just get going. Completion is crazy. I'm exhausted. Zoran had us running around all 5 boroughs. Were you were canvassing for him? That's awesome. I don't know if you posted videos about it, but I haven't seen them. Oh, he literally did a scavenger hunt. When you said all I found was comrades, I thought it was I thought it was a joke. That's cool. Mac, did you see Mac's taking a nap? Your beard is looking very delicious today. Thank you. I haven't looked at polling recently. Imagine Mamdani is still in the lead. Thank you, John. Take a look here. Brushing up. Works. Mayor poll. Is there how does the election work? Does somebody need a majority to win? Otherwise, there's a runoff, or is a plurality enough to win? Because the poll I'm seeing right now is it's from August 20th CBS poll. Plurality is enough. Okay, yeah, then he's crushing it. He has 41.8%. Cuomo 23.4%. The Republican 16.5%, and then Eric Adams 8.8%. Zillow will ruin Cuomo's chances. My goal today is to crash out as much as possible. Liberals are the problem with America. Well, Rooster, now's your chance to show us why. Request up and explain why liberals are the problem with America. Maybe you're right. Maybe you'll convert me to a conservative today. wrong about Newsom being a scumbag. Why is it conservatives can never spell Newsom right? How exaggerated do you think the reports of Trump's bad health are? A lot or a little? Okay, well, the makeup on his hand was wild. Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up for you guys. You know what's funny? You guys are already like trashing Newsom, which is fine because we Democrats aren't like in a cult. We genuinely don't care if you trash Gavin Newsom. Because number one, most of us aren't even going to support him in the primary if he does run for president. And number two, he's a politician. We're not in love with our politicians like you guys. I do think neoliberalism isn't the way forward. I embrace socialism, but I respect libs coming over. Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably a little bit to the left of me. I align mostly with like AOC and Bernie, but I'm always going to do the most pragmatic thing. Dems are in a cult also. All after. Can you explain who the cult leader is of the Democratic cult? Is it Truth? Is Truth the cult leader? Okay, so communist. Listen, if you think Bernie and AOC are communists, then I don't know what to tell you. You just don't know what communism is, clearly. Jaboing, those are my gods for real. I love AOC and Bernie. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards AOC than Bernie right now. But yeah, that's about where I am politically. Dude, where have you been? You are my political info. Well, I did take a 2-week break, and then I think the FYP started fucking with us ever since. Okay, so there's a ton of MAGAs crying in the chat. We don't really debate in chat. If you actually believe in the things you're saying, just press the little request button right there, the pink person, blue person button. There you go. We got one. All right.
Shut the fuck up, stupid bitch. I'll slap the fuck out you, bum.
You won't do shit. You won't do shit. What are you gonna do with your Dr. Phil ass?
Bitch.
Yeah, what are you, 13 years old?
Road. Pull up,
bro. Go to middle school. Yeah, it's a school night. What are you doing? What are you doing up so late?
Road, bitch. That's where I live.
All right. So frankly, so far the most coherent maggot we've heard all week. Yesterday we had 3 guests, all of them Nazis, pretty sure. One was a right-wing Nazi, one was a left-wing Nazi, but okay, here we go. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Oh, what up?
What's going on?
How's it going?
Going all right. Did you disagree with the prompt?
Well, I'm conservative, and I believe that there are 2 genders. Does that mean that I'm wrong?
I mean, yeah.
You think there are more than 2 genders?
Well, it's not what I think. It's just the reality.
Okay, so prove it.
Okay. Watch this.
I'm watching.
You ever heard of intersex individuals?
Somewhat.
Okay, so maybe just research that, and then you'll be like, okay, well, there's more than 2, and then we'll go from there. How about that? And he's gone. I didn't kick him. That just... Okay. Very interesting situation. Instantly proven wrong and ran. I mean, honestly, I would appreciate if maggots would do that more often. Just they get proven wrong, and they're like, "Oh shit, I need to go do my research." He's probably doing his research right now. That's what I imagine. Yeah, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with Trump, but Google gives you false information. Okay, well, how about go to the library, get an encyclopedia, go to the I section, and look up intersex. If you don't believe Google, you can just look up intersex individuals there. All right, we're going to go to our next guest. Here we go. If you're not following, make sure to drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much.
I believe gravity, the force of gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so conservatives aren't wrong about literally everything.
Well, that's
literally.
That's okay. So just so we're clear, that's not like a conservative philosophy. That's not a part of their
Yeah, but
platform.
that's not what your prompt reads, though.
Okay. Did my prompt hurt your feelings?
I don't have feelings. I'm a sociopath. Diagnosed.
Yeah, because you're a conservative. Okay, so if there were,
yeah, because all conservatives are sociopaths.
if there were a policy that conservatives put forward that
That's not what your
involved
prompt says, big boy. Also, intersex is a biological mishap. Would you not agree with that?
Mishap isn't a scientific term.
Okay, so do people have 3 arms or 4 or 2?
People have 3 arms or 4 or 2.
Human being, how many arms do we have?
Generally 2.
We have 2, right? Like, we can all agree on that.
Generally, we have 2.
So the fact that there are biological mishappenings, that a kid is born with 1, does that mean that humans have 1 to 2 arms?
I mean, I guess depends on how you want to answer it. It's not really like an important question in our politics right now. Like, we're not really debating the number of arms.
I know. See, that's what you keep misunderstanding. You keep saying, "Oh, politically." Your prompt says literally everything. So when I read literally, I think in my head literally.
Okay.
Right.
So generally speaking, when you see the word conservative and liberal, we're talking about politics, right? So if we're talking about politics, then I'm talking about conservatives are wrong about everything politically. Yes.
Why not put that in the prompt then?
Because I didn't want to add that many words. You guys already have trouble reading.
You don't want to add that many words? That's the reason? I don't think so. Okay. I think it's you're trying to rage bait a little bit more than the fact that you wanted to add an extra word.
Okay, so then do you agree? So you agree that they're wrong about everything politically. You're just upset about my caption.
No, I don't agree that they're wrong with
all right. So how about instead of doing this whole big semantic thing, you just start with the stuff that you disagree with?
Well, I disagree with the prompt. That's why I started with
it. Okay, well, the prompt shouldn't hurt your feelings this badly. Let's collect ourselves and then talk about the stuff you disagree with politically.
I don't think that illegal immigrants with criminal records should be in our country. No.
Okay. Well, if that was the only stance from conservatives, then they wouldn't be wrong about that. The problem is that they don't.
One thing. Let's start with one.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that isn't the conservative stance. The conservative stance isn't illegal immigrants who are criminals shouldn't be here. They think anyone here legally shouldn't be here. And that's where you guys are wrong.
Okay, but I'm conservative and that was my stance. So how can you say...
Yeah, but you supported a guy who doesn't have that stance.
I didn't support Donald Trump.
Wait, all right. So let me ask you a question. Are you for...
Whoa. I didn't support Donald Trump. I didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, that's awesome. But you are conservative.
Look at my picture, dum-dum.
I can't see it. I'm sorry. You don't know what it looks like for me? It's this tiny, tiny screen. I don't know what it says.
I go live on my PC and my phone as well. I know what you can see. You can see that it's a Canadian flag in my picture. I didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Okay.
I'm a conservative, though. Different country.
Okay.
Americans are stereotypically they can't see a meter ahead of themselves, but not everything revolves around you, brother.
Okay, let me ask you a question, brother.
Sure.
If you were American, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so again, you do this thing where you just waste my time. We all know what we're doing here, right? You could just say, "Oh well, I didn't vote for him." But
listen. Yeah. I like that I'm wasting your time, but also I think 2 + 2 = 4. So we should focus on the fact that 2 + 2 = 4. That's where I'm coming from. You said that I support, because you made an assumption, right? You did make an assumption where you said you voted for Donald Trump. You didn't know that.
Well,
I have a conservative friend. He's a conservative creator, actually. His name is RC. He gets millions and millions and millions of views.
You're friends with RC. Oh, my God.
I am, yeah. Didn't vote for Donald Trump. So you would have made that assumption when he was American wrong as well.
Awesome. Okay. But can you tell me what the difference is between the conversation, whether you did vote for Donald Trump or would have voted for Donald Trump if you were in the United States? You see how there is no difference? This is just like a waste of time.
Well, I mean, if I was American, I may have had a different experience, which may have led me to different conclusions. I don't know. I can't foresee that.
Okay.
But as it stands now, exactly.
Is there any chance I can get you to move on to anything of substance, or are we going to just keep arguing?
Well, I gave you a point. And
yes, you did give me a point. Good. So your point is that illegal immigrants who are criminals should not be in the country. Now, would you qualify all illegal immigrants as criminals?
Well, it's not that I qualify them. It's literally a qualifier that they broke the law by entering.
Okay.
That,
Yeah. So you guys are wrong about everything. Okay.
But I never said that by virtue they should leave the country based on that crime alone. I've stole candy. I don't think I belong in prison.
Okay. Well, I guess fortunately for you, you don't live in the United States because that's what American conservatives believe. American conservatives want
it's not a belief. It's true that it's illegal to enter illegally.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean,
right.
But whether or not that means we should be spending billions of taxpayer dollars and then racially profiling people just to kick them out, that's the part that they're wrong about. Whether the word illegal means illegal.
I'm a conservative, and I'm kind of with you here. I don't necessarily want the in unquotes illegals being here. That the only crime they committed was entering, necessarily being shipped home.
Okay.
But if they have a violent past, absolutely get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you know what? We agree on that. I wish we had more conservatives like you in our country, but unfortunately, we have conservatives who really just hate all brown people. They do not care the severity of the crime. And before you say anything, yes, my prompt should read: U.S. conservatives are wrong about literally everything. I figured that.
The country wasn't the problem I brought up with it, but yeah, fair enough, dude. Honestly, fair enough. We do in Canada, we do call ourselves the progressive conservatives. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, I agree. I wish that conservatives and liberals could, agree on more. But here's the fucking problem that I have. You think that all conservatives think A. When it's not true, we think A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Right?
You're willing to support what Donald Trump is doing, then I don't care if your take is a little bit nicer. You were still okay with what's going on. That's the issue.
Well, he made an executive orders to get rid of DEI, and he said that is male and female. I agree with both those things. I thought that was fantastic.
What do those executive orders do exactly?
I'm not exactly sure.
So you agree, even though you don't know what they do.
Well, it's not a country. It doesn't affect me personally, but yeah, I don't think that somebody should get a job over me because of their skin tone. No.
Ah, okay. Is that what you think DEIA is?
Yeah, I do. I think that they need to diversify.
Are you sure you're not mixing it up with affirmative action?
Yeah. What?
So what you're describing is something called affirmative action.
That's admission to education, is it not?
Well, it's essentially providing like quotas for different races.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
what you're describing is something that already doesn't exist. DEIA are a list of standards that make it so that workplaces are not only more accommodating to all different types of people, but they're able to open the pool to all different kinds of people, which leads to actually more qualified candidates being hired.
Right. And on paper, that's great. But
in practice, it's great too. There's no evidence that it wasn't great in practice. It's just.
Well, I'd have to do my own peer-reviewed research.
I would. You know what? I think you should, because the only reason that DEIA even became a talking point was because conservatives, at least in this country, don't actually have popular policy. They need a boogeyman. So they have the immigrant boogeyman.
Boogeyman's, and we know it, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna finish my sentence, and then you can go. Sure, so they have the immigrant boogeyman, the undocumented immigrants that they say are killing everybody and taking your jobs. They have the trans boogeyman, which is when they spend $215 million demonizing a community that is less than 1% of the population, and we have the DEI boogeyman, which is essentially lying and saying that it means that white people have get less jobs than others. So those are the.
We can circle back to that because trans people are. That's not a real thing. I have a Bachelor of Science, and my major was psychology. I know the DSM-5. We can circle back to that, but in Chicago in 2023, the mayor of Chicago threw a no whites government party. Do you agree with the sentiment of that?
The mayor of Chicago threw a no whites government party.
Google it. Chicago mayor, no whites party.
Wait, why is that person's face Santana? Someone tell me what's going on with that person. Evil 666.
What are you talking about?
Someone in chat.
Oh, you just distracted yourself because I made a decent assertion.
I'm Googling it right now. Relax.
I'm chill, bro.
Seem pretty upset.
I don't need SSRIs to be chill, bro. I'm chill anyways.
Okay. Is there any evidence of this?
Yes. Just
Okay, because I googled it and all I saw was podcasters talking about it.
Okay, we'll scroll a little more and look a little deeper. You will find it. I read articles on it, so
Okay, so this is the best I can find. Chicago casino project accused of not allowing white men to invest in plan. Is that what you're talking about?
no.
Okay.
It was
Let me show you what Google's showing for me. Here we go. So, no whites Chicago party. That's what I looked up. Did you ask me to look up?
No, I said Mayor of Chicago hosts no white government holiday party. Google that.
Okay. Mayor of Chicago hosts...
He was Asian. He was Asian, by the way. So if you can see a picture of her, that may
no
help.
whites government party. This is what you're talking about.
Yep.
Okay. The story about the Chicago mayor hosting no whites government party is a hoax.
AI, look for the actual articles and photo evidence.
Okay. There is none. That's the.
What are you looking at?
I'm literally just. This is what you asked me to Google.
You're only getting videos, dude.
Yeah, because there is no evidence. It's just people talking about it. It's just people lying about it.
So you've officiated that this whole thing's a hoax.
Then how about you do me a favor? Just show me the evidence. I'll wait.
All right. Let me boot up my PC. I will do just that.
Perfect. Boot it up. Dan, you don't understand. You have to use 4chan for peer-reviewed research. Copy. Scroll past the debunking, Dan.
It's a shot at me being an incel. Okay, that's funny.
Yeah. The rumor likely originates from a similar genuine incident involving Boston's mayor in 2023. You're mixing up.
My bad.
Okay. All right.
Okay, look, dude. I had 10 beers today.
No problem. Listen, you're from Canada. I wouldn't know the difference between Saskatchewan and Alberta or whatever.
I know the difference between Boston and Chicago. Okay. I'm drunk. I got the city.
Okay. Now let's take a look. Boston mayor defends decision.
There it is. I said she was Asian. There it is. Sorry, my bad. Boston.
Okay, let's take a look. Boston's first Asian American mayor, Michelle Wu, is defending her decision to host a holiday party for elected officials of color. Wu said the Electeds of Color holiday party held on Wednesday has been a fixture in Boston politics for more than a decade without any complaints. Earlier this week, a member of Wu's staff mistakenly sent the entire city council an invitation to the party at the city-owned Parkman House near the Massachusetts State House. A short time later, a second email was sent out apologizing for the initial email. About half of the 13 people on the council aren't white. There are many events that are private events for all sorts of groups, so we clarified that and look forward to seeing everyone at one of the dozens of opportunities to celebrate the holidays. He said the fact that the initial email went to all city councilors was truly just an honest mistake that went out in typing the email field. Okay. What's your issue here?
Well, first of all, that overcorrection after the public backlash, I don't believe that. I believe that the initial email was true and that it was a no whites.
Well, that's not the initial email didn't say no whites. The thing that she's apologizing for.
People of color only. So.
Yeah, the thing that she's apologizing for is that she accidentally sent it to several white people. That's what she's apologizing for. She didn't change the email.
Oh, she accidentally sent it to white people. Why is that an issue? It's because they weren't allowed to be there, right?
Well, if the party is for people that are elected of color.
Yeah, people of color. So no white people. It's specifically only disregarding white people, correct?
I mean, if that's how you feel, if you're upset that you weren't invited,
no, dude.
Are you upset that you weren't invited to this party?
No. Again, it's 2 + 2 = 4. So if it's only for people of color, that means the only people who can't be there are white.
Oh yeah, no, I guess I agree with that. Yeah.
What do you mean you guess? Do you agree with that? That's just what it means.
Okay. What's the issue? Did you want to go to this party?
The issue is that Germany started on not gassing the Jews. It started with, hey, I don't like this thing about them. Let's not include them on this thing. It's a domino effect, and that's what conservatives are afraid of. That's why you guys lost.
Well,
you step on your
just
own
so we're clear,
feet.
it's not that...
You step on your own fucking feet. You literally, in a country that is half men and 70% white, said men are scum, white people are scum, and then you were surprised when the vote was for the conservative who didn't say those things. It's you like liberals are so smart. Why do they lose so goddamn always?
Okay. So just so we're clear, by the way, white people can attend. It's the party was honoring people that were elected of color.
Nope.
Nope. What do you mean nope? We literally just read it.
I mean, nope.
White people were allowed to attend. It's just that the party was in honor of people that were elected of color.
The audience, but not in the audience, but no one at the actual who worked for the government could if they were white.
Okay.
They had to be person of color.
All right? Is that an issue? Like you're really upset about that? You wanted to get invited?
I didn't personally. I don't care about that. But I think it's a sign for worse things to come. It's
been happening for 10 years and nobody gave a fuck.
Well,
sign of worse things to come, like what? Gassing the whites? Is that your implication?
I never said that, but I did say that. I mean, in Germany, it didn't start with let's gas them. It started with small things.
It started with demonizing. A group of people, right? Does this party demonize white people?
Do you not think that? Well, I mean, you're not going to agree to this, but like, you don't think there's an anti-white, anti-male narrative in the U.S. right now?
Anti-white, anti-male.
So two different narratives. You can intersect them if you want. We can talk about that. But I think there's an anti-white narrative. Yes, I do. And I think I care less about that. I don't really care.
Can you describe it?
That the general opinion of the public is that white people are bad, and when polled, only about half of Black Americans said it's okay to be white. And I think that's the general. Yeah, you can Google that too. And I think that the population that doesn't think those things aren't as vocal about the people who do voice these things. And I think, and I know it's obviously it's a vocal and maybe a vocal minority, blah blah blah. But I think that's where the narrative is going, and I think that's why so many young men, Gen Z men, are pushed towards the right wing. Like, we voted for Barack Obama in 2008. I voted liberal every time except the last one. I was a liberal. I was on your side. And then you guys said that white people are scum. And
who's you guys? That's what I want to know. Just who is you guys? Did Kamala say white people are scum?
Obviously
not. Obama didn't. Bernie didn't. Hillary didn't. Biden didn't. Who is it?
Obama's great. Bernie's great. I love both of them.
The men are great. Got it. But you don't like Hillary or Kamala.
I don't like Hillary or Kamala.
What's the difference between? Can you tell me what the difference is between Barack Obama?
Let me rephrase that. Kamala, I do like her. She was very personable. I didn't see her make an articulate argument that defined anything ever. She seemed to be jumbled up in her words, and she did her classic laugh.
Opposed to Donald Trump,
and refused to answer questions whenever she was asked anything hard.
Okay, just so we're clear, I just need this to be crystal clear. There was one debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Donald Trump answered 0 questions he was asked during the debate. I mean this sincerely. We can go back and watch all 90 minutes. He answered 0 questions. Anytime Donald Trump tries to answer a question, he does this thing that they called the weave, where he literally goes off topic, talks about Arnold Palmer's penis, and barely ever answers the question. He was just saying recently that they lowered prescription prices by 1,500%.
Okay. Well, what about when Mark Fuentes was asked the exact same thing?
Who's Mark Fuentes?
Oh, it's the Prime Minister of Canada in 2020. I mean, you're asking me about American presidents. I'm asking you about Canadians.
Oh, I don't know anything about Mark Fuentes. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that usually when I hear someone...
you expect me to know everything about... Okay.
Well, you just said... No. I didn't expect you to know everything. It's you specifically said that Kamala never answers questions. There was only one debate between Kamala and Trump. Like, her opponent was Trump. So you've had 10 years to watch Trump never answer a question. So I was just giving you an example.
I didn't say during the Trump debate she didn't answer questions. I said... Generally, I actually didn't say generally. I just said that she doesn't answer questions.
Do you think Donald Trump answers questions?
Yeah, I've watched him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Can you give me any example of any time that someone asked him a question that he answered in a coherent fashion? I'll pull it up. Anytime.
Bro, it's been a year and a half since I've been in.
You got 10 years to pull from. Anytime he answered a question coherently.
Dude, it's been a year and a half since I watched fucking an interview with him.
Yeah, so...
Okay. Like, tell me one thing that Hillary Clinton answered that was coherent. You let me know.
Okay, well, I mean, the difference here is
Well,
8 years,
well,
eight years, whereas
no,
Trump
tell
is
me,
still in
dude.
office. But,
No,
but
on the
I can
spot,
tell you,
on
I
the
can
spot
tell
now.
you, I can literally tell you. Okay, so just one example of something I remember. Now, again, this was
You're
8 years.
looking at the screen, dude. I can see you looking at the screen.
What screen do you think I'm looking at?
You just. What is it, brother? Tell me.
I'm looking at you, at myself. That's you thought I Googled something?
Well, you were clearly looking at a screen that brightened your face. Yeah. You're looking at your own reflection.
See that it's TikTok, right? Did that help you?
I mean, it was quick, but no.
Either way, okay. You know what? It doesn't even matter because the reason I asked about the Donald Trump thing is that usually when I hear someone say that Kamala Harris doesn't answer questions or Kamala Harris speaks in like word jumble, it usually 99 out of 100 times means that that person deep down has some misogyny, because it's not Kamala Harris versus like a Barack Obama or a Hillary Clinton even. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, who famously doesn't speak in full sentences, speaks at a third grade level, constantly doesn't answer questions. So like,
who qualified that sentence that he speaks at a third grade level? Who dictated?
Second. My bad. I misspoke. Fourth grade level.
It says who?
Trump speaks at a fourth grade level, lowest of the last 15 U.S. presidents. New analysis finds. President Donald Trump, who boasted over the weekend that his success.
Hold on. I know what their point is. Scroll to the bottom and let's see what the sources are.
The methodology is. We could go through the methodology if you want here.
I would love to. Because see, this is the part that people don't do.
Fuck, I hope they have this link right here. But it's a part of the picture. 1 second.
No worries. You got time, brother.
Do you disagree with the claims or?
No. Let's just focus on the task at hand.
Sorry.
Why did you Google a different article? I wanted to.
This isn't a different article. I clicked the link that they provided. Okay. Old article though. But this is the link right here. If we want to type it, that's where the methodology is. So give me a second. How about that?
What's the DOI?
What?
What's the DOI?
What's the DOI?
Yeah, there's an ID number in Canada for research papers. I don't know if that's the name of the state.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm looking for the identification so I can Google it as well.
Oh, okay. Trump fourth grade methodology.
This is what I mean, though. You're looking up another article.
I mean,
I want to.
No. I'm just trying to get to here without having to type it. Just so we're clear, by the way, we could just watch a speech, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for you.
Well, I mean, that would be subjective, right? That's the problem.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, I personally think when you're subjective about something like that, that's so clearly in front of us, then it's kind of clear that you're not operating in faith. But
well, I could say the same thing about you, man. So
you really think so?
Well, I just said it, so yeah, I think it. I'm just looking. I just want you to validate the source.
All right. I'm just gonna. How about when I type this in and we see the methodology? Can I just get a confirmation that you will agree and say, yeah, I actually do have some internal misogyny inherent misogyny that's making me think this way?
No, absolutely not. I would.
Okay, so you won't agree. So what's the point? If I look at the methodology, hold on.
You're not doing you're avoiding finding the fucking.
Yeah, because I don't want to fucking type all of this. Would you want to?
You don't want to source it because you don't want to validate it because you want to use headlines and fucking push agendas. I would vote for Candace Owens over Trump probably.
Yeah, because she's also a misogynist. So anyway,
I thought, dude.
Anyway, what I'm gonna do, because I don't like wasting my time. What I'm gonna do, so I don't like wasting my time, is that I'm gonna set the goalpost. If we pull up the methodology and you see the data that was used to determine this, will you agree? Okay, well, obviously I'm judging Kamala too harshly because her opponent speaks in a third grade level or fourth grade level, and I guess I was just wrong. Will you admit?
How quickly do you think it takes for peer-reviewed research to be validated? Is it 5 seconds in a TikTok debate?
Wait, are you one of the peers validating?
I have a psychology degree. It's what I learned in school.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah. All right. So this is what I'm gonna. All right. Well, you're right. It's gonna take too long. I don't want to talk to you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enlarge this. Okay. You can copy this and do your own research, or you can just watch. I'm sorry.
Go through it. Go through the sources.
No. I've got plenty of guests. I don't have time to do this. Anyone with a brain, anyone with a brain can watch a Trump speech and see that he's talking about Arnold Palmer's penis and whales and batteries and electrocution.
You don't want to go through the sources.
No, I don't. I'm anti-science. I'm anti-source. Bye. Okay. Yeah. You can go do your own homework. We're not going to go through it because everyone here, all 396 people, know that Donald Trump doesn't speak in full sentences, doesn't speak like an adult. You put his speech up against Barack Obama. Hell, put his speech up against George W. Bush, and you'll see the difference. We're going to win bigly. You'll get tired of winning. Nobody knows as much about grass as I do. Like, actually, as a matter of fact, hold on. I hope he's still in chat. Just listen to this. This is your peer-reviewed study right here. Just listen to this.
Nobody knows more about taxes than I do, and income than I do.
Nobody knows more about construction than I do.
Nobody knows more about campaign finance than I do.
Nobody knows consultants better than me.
I know more about drones than anybody. Nobody knows much more about technology, this type of technology, certainly, than I do. Nobody in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. I know the H-1B. I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me. I know more about ISIS than the generals do.
Wow.
Nobody understands the press, but I think I understand them as well as anybody.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Okay? Better than, I think, almost anybody.
Nobody knows more about environmental impact statements than me.
And I think I know more about the environment than most people.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
You know, I know windmills very much. I've studied it better than anybody.
Studied windmills.
The power of Facebook. Maybe better than almost anybody. I know more about renewables than any human being on earth.
Nobody knows more about polls than me. I know more about courts than any human being on earth.
I know more about steelworkers than anybody that's ever run for office.
I know more about golf than Obama knows. And, you know, in the case of Turkey and the Kurds, I could go into a whole story because I understand it, I think, better than most. Guy talks about, I know Scranton. I know that. Well, I know the place is better.
Nobody knows more about banks than I do.
Nobody knows more about trade than me.
Well, obviously, he doesn't know about nuclear weapons. I know more about nuclear weapons than he'll ever.
I understand the tax laws better than almost anyone.
Who knows more about lawsuits than I do? I'm the king.
I know more about offense and defense than they will ever understand.
And nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation.
I understand money better than anybody.
I understand the system better than anybody. Nobody knows more about debt than I do.
Nobody knows the game better than me.
I know more about contributions.
I understand politicians better than anybody.
Nobody knows politicians better than me. Who knows the other side better than me?
I was the fair-haired boy. Nobody knows more about it than me.
I know a lot. I know more than I'm ever going to tell you. I love Tesla.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Very, very stable genius we got there. Like, I don't know if that last guest is still here, but we already saw, like, you really like wasting time. Like, you came up and said, conservatives aren't wrong about everything. 2 + 2 is 4. And then I explained, well, we're talking about politics. And like, okay, well, I'm a Canadian and I don't agree. It's like, okay, well, I'm talking about U.S. conservatives. And it's like, okay, well, I want to see the methodology that showed that Donald Trump speaks at a 3rd grade level. It's like, okay, well, you could just listen to him. But if you really want, go ahead and do your own research. Okay, so we're going to go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live weekends doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. And we're going to go to our next guest.
The thing about being a millennial racist guy is it starts off as sarcasm, right? And satire. But like after the 2086 joke, you're just like, oh, I had a point the whole fucking time. Your buddy like selling something, some Chinese guys trying to buy it, and you're like, they'll heckle you down. And he's like, that one wasn't funny. And you're like, no, but they actually will, though. Fuck.
Well, that's a video from the last guest, and turns out they are a racist in addition to misogynist. As a reminder, we've now gone 3 weeks with this theory, and so far, it has not failed us. If in August of 2025, you support Donald Trump, you are one of the 4 things I'm about to list. You are either a racist, a misogynist, a Nazi, or a pedophile, or some combination of the 4. We have yet in the past 3 weeks to get a guest that was not checking at least one of those boxes. Back in January, back in November, you might want to say, oh, well, what if they're just super uninformed? What if they're just really, really dumb? They don't get that anymore. After having 7 months to realize that they got duped, no. The only ones that are still there, the only ones that still support them, are the ones that didn't care about grocery prices in the first place. They just really didn't like brown people. Could you talk about your politics? Yeah, I'm basically AOC politically. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So, Tax and Jobs Act is something I liked from President Trump's last term. At the time of 2016 through 2020, I was a minor, but now I was an adult, and I voted for Trump the most recent election. And his tax relief helped my father a lot, considering that he is a working class citizen. So that helped him a lot. So that's one thing I do like about Donald Trump.
Why is it that we had to give so much money to the top 1% when we could have just cut taxes on people like your father?
Yeah, so the Tax and Jobs Act, I forget the specifics. However, it cut everybody got cut. And like it's kind of a thing where like both the Democrats and Republicans do have to make both the working class and the rich.
We don't. No,
happy, you know?
Believe it or not, we don't have to make the rich happy. Actually, we really don't. When we're at a time that the economy was doing well, right? So we didn't need to stimulate the economy, and our debt is growing and the deficit is growing. We really, really, really should not be giving money to rich people. That tax bill could have been one of the greatest bills of all time if they had just cut taxes for the middle and lower class. But instead, they chose to.
They did.
No. I said just. Like what you're saying. What that bill was. Someone came to your front door with a tray of cookies. Okay, and as you're eating those cookies, you're getting robbed through the back door. Now you're saying, well, at least they brought the cookies, and I'm saying I would have preferred neither the cookies or the back door. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. You could definitely make the point that that like we should not please the rich at all. But then if you do that, then you're going to lose a lot of your funding on the blue side. No offense.
Well,
you'll definitely lose.
Why would you even bring up the blue side? It's the red side that voted for this. The blue side doesn't want to cut taxes for rich people. It got zero.
Isn't that point contradictory to what you said?
What? What? No Democrat voted for for either tax bill, the 2017 one or the big beautiful bullshit. Either of them, none of them. So I don't know why you brought up blue candidates.
Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely more informed about the Tax and Jobs Act than the big beautiful bill.
Okay, great. Not a single Democrat voted for it, so I don't know why you brought that up. It's Republicans care more about rich people than they do about you, and that's pretty clear by the way that the tax cuts were structured.
Yes, but theoretically, if we do give the rich more tax cuts, wouldn't that mean there would be like less avenues?
Less avenues for what?
Say it again.
Less avenues for what?
Oh yeah, my bad. Wouldn't it hypothetically give the rich, if you were to cut more taxes for them, wouldn't it incentivize them more to actually pay their taxes instead of using different avenues, including offshore banking and offshore accounting in order?
No. Rich people will always do the absolute most to pay the least amount of taxes. And frankly, I don't even blame them, right? That I mean, if it's legal for them to do that, then why wouldn't they? So what we need to do is not give them gifts. We need to close these loopholes, right? That's not what either of these tax bills did.
Yeah, and it did not close loopholes, but like you could definitely at least pitch a point that the tax cuts for the wealthy would definitely lead to more wealthy people more likely to do less of that and actually giving their money towards things like the government on a federal and state basis.
That is a complete delusion. What you just said, absolute delusion. You're saying that because they cut taxes, wealthy people are more likely to just pay taxes?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I get that you said that. The sentence it was grammatically correct, but there's no evidence of that. And logically, it doesn't even follow. Like, that's just very naive. How old are you? 18?
I am 19, September 2005.
Okay. Yeah. Don't go through life thinking that, because you're going to be disappointed a lot.
I mean, I kind of do disagree with you, just because I do kind of sort of disagree with you, but I'm saying you're like what I think is you're placing more of a generalization. However, I'm thinking more on an individual basis, where you're kind of summarizing every rich people and assuming that they're just greedy.
What are you referring to?
What am I referring to? I'm like referring to the generalization point that you made that all rich people, even though the tax cuts were implied towards them, that they are still going to do everything they can to like cut corners, essentially.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Like, what even is the logic behind what you're saying?
Okay, I can ask you another question. I don't mean to go slightly off topic, but if you don't condone rich people doing that, then do you condone the common man doing that? Do you condone that or no?
The common man not paying their taxes?
Yeah. I mean, like cutting corners, it should more so say.
Legally or illegally?
Let's say legally. Let's say legally with an L.
Yeah. You should probably.
Yes,
you should try to pay the least amount of tax you can legally, of course.
Yeah, and of course, there's different like types of wealthy people. Like
there's really not much regular people can do, right, in regards to legal loopholes. Like when I'm talking about a loophole, I'm talking about buying stock, a lot of stock, because you're rich, and then that stock appreciates a lot, and instead of you selling it and paying the capital gains tax on that stock, what you do is you take out loans against your profits, use that as your income, and keep doing that until you die. Then you take all those stocks and they get passed on to your child, but now the cost basis is reset. So you went your entire life without paying a single dime of tax on the profit of your investments. That is not something regular people can do, but it's something that rich people do all the time. It's called buy, borrow, die if you want to Google it, but that's just one. Like, so you're saying, do I condone regular people doing whatever is in their power to pay less in tax? Sure. But what the fuck is it? They can't itemize. Itemizing your deductions doesn't save money anymore because the standard deduction is so big. So what can they do? Nothing. They just got to pay it.
Yeah, I mean, just like some small examples, like opening an LLC, assuming you have an LLC, you can definitely write certain things off, including a, let's say like a truck as a business vehicle. You could definitely do that, assuming X.
Awesome. If a middle-class person wants to do that to save money, awesome.
Yeah,
not change anything about what I said, which is that the Republicans destroy our national debt and increase our deficit just to benefit their rich donors, right?
I understand, but doesn't the Democratic rich people don't they do the same thing that vote blue? Don't they not do the same thing?
If there are rich people donating to Democrats, then it might be for different reasons, because Democrats do not pass tax cuts for rich people. Like, they might have other pro-business laws, sure, but generally speaking, at least in the past 10 years, it's always been Republicans that wanted to blow a massive hole in our budget by cutting taxes on the rich. And every single Democrat stood against it. So that's why I say conservatives are wrong about literally everything.
So are you saying that the Republican rich people are the ones that are cutting corners everywhere that they can get, regardless of legal status?
No. All rich people are cutting corners. No, hold on. All rich people are cutting corners in regards to paying their taxes. But Republican lawmakers are making it easier for them to cut corners. Republican lawmakers are the ones that are making them pay less. So, for example, you look at people like Warren Buffett, for example. Warren Buffett said, I should pay more in tax. That does not mean that Warren Buffett is going to just volunteer free money to the government, but he agrees that the wealthy can afford to pay more. That makes sense?
I understand, but did you know that say we were to give, for example, let's say the top 1%, did you know if we were to tax them a very high percentage of their income, that it will only sustain the U.S. government for a little bit over 11 months? Did you
I
know
know where you read that, and it's really dumb because that talking point, it assumes that we just take all of the money that they have now and then they make no more money. I know that talking point. It's one of the smooth-brained libertarian talking points.
Excuse me for interrupting you. I did not mean to be rude there. But that talking point essentially states that the working class individual outnumbers the rich person by a lot.
Wait, the working class individual? Like the number of people? Yes, we know that.
Basis. Yes, cardinal basis.
Yeah, we know that there are more not rich people than rich people. This is not controversial.
Yes, on both an income and a cardinal basis, we outnumber the rich.
No, that's not true. The top 1% pay like, what is it, 40% of income taxes?
Yes, and the top 1% is 1 in every 100 person.
Yeah, but the top 1% owns 80% of the wealth. Do you see the difference there?
You said that they own 80% of the wealth?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
So all of the wealth in the United States, top 1% owns, I can't remember if it's 83. I'll pull up the exact number. But basically,
are we talking real estate? Are we talking stocks? Are we talking bonds? Are we talking liquid
cash? Talking wealth. I'm talking all of it. Your assets.
Okay, so anything that's accessible. That's accessible. Is that what you're saying? Accessible? Is that the right word?
You know what an asset is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Accessible is that's not a word.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was like trying to come up with the word that you were. I was not sure what the proper word was, but like anything that could, any type of itemry or any type of token or anything like that that could increase or decrease in value on a money basis. Is that what you're saying?
Anything you own that has value.
Anything I own that has value.
Yeah.
Are we talking money value?
Yeah.
Money
minus
value?
liabilities, of course. Okay.
All right. So
I'm saying that the top 1% have 80% of the wealth in this country.
Yes.
So even if they're paying a plurality of the income taxes, right? Like they're paying, like, let's say 40%, that's still nowhere near the differential between their wealth with everybody else. That makes sense?
Gotcha. What I'm gonna Google is the tax rate for the top 1%. Tax rate for top 1%. 2025. Is that a good search?
I guess, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just the tax rate.
Yeah, but I'm aware of that. But I'm just trying
You have
to
like the big beautiful bill added like tax incentives for like buying yachts. The big beautiful bill also increased the threshold for the estate tax to kick in. Not to mention all the corporate tax cuts, both in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the big beautiful bill.
Can you repeat that last part? I dropped my phone. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So just looking up their tax rate isn't enough to give you the full picture, because the big beautiful bill included like tax exemptions for buying yachts and private planes. It included another increase in the threshold for the estate tax, which was already included in the 2017 bill. Not to mention all of the corporate tax cuts, like all of this. Everyone's saying the tanning bed cut. They did remove the tanning bed cut once people noticed it. So I'm not going to mention, but it was in there originally. They removed it.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. So you saying that essentially considering complexities, then you would not really be able to make that Google search for any wealth class. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying all I'm saying is that just looking up the rate doesn't paint the full picture. That's why we usually use like analyses that cover everything to see the benefits of the tax plan. So for example, this is a distributional analysis of Donald Trump's tax plan from ITEP, which is the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. There was also a couple of really good ones before the election from Wharton Business School. But basically, this factors in everything: the cuts, the exemptions, all the loopholes, everything. And you can look this up from the Tax Foundation as well. Even the Tax Foundation, which is more right-leaning, agrees that most of the benefits go to the top 1%. So it would be, what I'm trying to say is, if you want to look up who's benefited, you need to have a broad scope. You can't just look at the tax rate.
I understand, but boom, let's say Tax and Jobs Act, let's say that it's only for the rich people and not for the common man at all. Would you just say that? I'm speaking.
Oh, it's hypothetical. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, boom, there is the Tax and Jobs Act of the first term of Donald Trump's presidency. Let's say that none of the policies impact the normal person at all. Would you say that that policy is just effectively useless for the common man?
Mostly, yes. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. What was the point I was trying to make?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. Damn it. It like fucking, excuse me for cursing. It like literally, as you said, yes, it like ran out of my head.
I think you might be learning class consciousness slowly. I think that's what your brain's doing.
Yeah. So do you want to move on to more social issues?
And if you want, can I just ask a quick question?
What's up?
Do you think you have more in common with a homeless person or a billionaire?
Are you asking on like a basis of wealth? Like, are we talking like money common or like individuality common? Like on an individual basis or on a money basis?
I guess a money basis.
On a money basis, I'm not absurdly poor. I'm not absurdly rich either. I would say on a money basis, I'm probably closer to a homeless person. However, in terms of just individuality, I definitely, with like my personal living situation and stuff like that, I definitely be closer to a wealthy person, assuming no countries outside of the United States.
Okay, so you said you're probably closer to a homeless person. I genuinely think you might need to see something. I just want to give you a couple visual aids here. So, this is the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. Most of the people in chat, including myself and including you, would love to have that. That would be enough to retire in a lot of cases, assuming you don't have particular medical issues.
Very good for retirement, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, in the modern day like economy.
Yeah, I mean, right now, $1 million is probably not enough to retire because of healthcare costs. But let's put that aside. That's $1 billion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so now that you know this, do you think you have more in common with a homeless person or a billionaire?
On that specific chart, assuming that specific chart only, I definitely say homeless person. But that's assuming strictly money and strictly only that chart.
What? Wait, why are you saying that specific chart? This is just a visualization. Any chart is going to show the same thing. 1 billion is 1,000 millions. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes, I do understand. 1 billion divided by 1 million is 1,000.
Okay.
And I have one more question for you. Say that the Tax and Jobs Act of Donald Trump's first term did not benefit the wealthy person at all, and only the benefits applied were only for the middle class. So would you say that that'd be objectively a good bill, or subjectively, objectively, whatever you want to go?
Assuming there were not like other downsides, then yeah, it would objectively be a better bill than the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and most likely would be a good bill overall.
About the tax cuts, and I was asking about the Tax and Jobs Act with none of the wealthy benefits. Would you say that that'd be a beneficial bill for the common man? That's what I was asking about.
Well, you keep using the phrase common man. You said middle class earlier, so I really don't know what this means. But if you're saying there's a bill that's passed that is a tax bill that only benefits the middle class and not the top 1% at all, then what I said was, assuming there are no other like downsides, then first of all, it would be an objectively better bill than what was passed, and it would probably be a good bill overall.
Yeah, but like, would you say is like even though that the benefits from the Tax and Jobs Act, would you say like the benefits from that with both the common man and a wealthy person, would you say that that'd still objectively be a good bill for the common man?
I think I answered my question. I think I answered the question as thoroughly as possible. I don't know what answer you're looking for.
I guess there's just some things that we agree and disagree on in terms of the money thing. I do kind of want
concepts of a plan.
That's okay.
What's up?
Am I crazy or did third person talk? Am I crazy?
No, that was Donald Trump. Yeah. Gav sent the paper crane, and a lot of the gifts are attached to different sound bites. So, for example, we have
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
that one. A few other fun ones.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Good one.
I love Tesla.
Yeah. So
Tesla. All right. I do kind of want to get into some social politics. Now, although I do.
thank you, Brian.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I do kind of want to move into some social politics. Even though I did vote Trump, I am a registered independent, and even though what's it called? Even though I am a registered. Oh man.
Focus. You got this.
Yeah.
Blowing out my damn throat.
Go ahead.
Finish him.
Thank you, Miles.
Yeah. So I am a registered independent. So what I'm essentially saying is like all my beliefs I have are like my own, and I don't really pull entire opinions from either party. However, I just do lean. I leaned right in the past election.
That's a damn lie.
Okay.
That sounded was funny.
So you're saying you lean right?
Yeah, even though I am a registered independent, there's a couple of things I did like about the blue though.
Was there anything that we just talked about that make you think a little bit less about leaning right, at least economically?
Economically,
Come on, man.
Sorry, can you re-say that question?
I said, is there anything that we just discussed that make you think that maybe you lean a little bit less right economically?
I'm not too sure. I kind of forget some of that conversation already. No offense to you. However, I did not.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Phil. That's the older millennial peeing, if you didn't know.
I'm peeing.
You can't stop.
I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
Yeah, but
All right, so you said you wanted to talk about social issues?
Yeah, I do kind of want to speak on social issues. So, do like all your views just like is your viewpoints like yours and not object? Let's say, are all your viewpoints on politics just the Democratic viewpoints, or are they like your own and you gain like them opinions from like your personal life, or is it both?
That's a good question. I would say that.
Turn off the lights.
Thank you, Carmine.
Turn off the lights.
I would say that just as I grew as a person, I realized that most of my views happen to align with the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Because I mean, frankly, that's where truth seems to lie. With every so like 97% of scientists agree that climate change is being accelerated by man, and Republicans go with the 3% that aren't sure. Like I'm going with the 97% of scientists. The United States is the only country on Earth that has this gun issue in terms of mass shootings, especially in schools. And we also happen to do nothing because Republicans don't want to do anything, not even basic common sense stuff like universal background checks. That's another easy one for Democrats. In terms of like, just if you're just a normal person with a functioning brain, it's like, okay, shit, I agree with the Democrats.
Yeah.
What else? In terms of the national debt, it's both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party do spend usually more than we bring in ever since Clinton, which was the last time we had a surplus. But usually when the Democrats are deficit spending, it's to prevent a recession, whereas when the Republicans are deficit spending, it's to give tax cuts. That's what we've seen pretty much ever since Reagan. In terms of healthcare, Democrats believe in everyone having healthcare. Republicans believe in only people that can afford it having healthcare. Like, this is all just stuff that has nothing to do with like it being a Democratic proposal. It's just that's where like a logical, empathetic human their brain would lie. So that's how I came to that determination. Once I really started to get into politics in 2015, I was like, okay, well, if I agree with the Democratic Party on like 99% of stuff, and I agree with the Republican Party on like 0% of stuff, I guess I'm a Democrat. So
Yeah.
thank you for the roses, everybody.
Yeah. Like an example, like something, for example, me being an independent, something I do like about the Democratic Party is that, truthfully, like in order to become a legal American with an L, it takes on average 8 to 12 years. They do believe that we should like cut that time down by a lot, and I do agree with that. That is something I do agree with on the blue end. However,
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Thank you, Chris.
yeah, so that is something I do agree with from the Democratic Party. However, at the same time, I personally do believe.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris. I swear, one of these days we're gonna cut this down into 3 different gifts, because it does seem to be a lot. But in my defense, he really couldn't stop peeing. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. You disagree with the Democrats on.
Okay. Now my disagreement. Let's start with Second Amendment. Although I'm not too familiar with the Democratic view on the Second Amendment, and I'm aware that it can be subjective per individual. So I guess we should just like probably like speak as if it's just me and you. What's your thoughts on the Second Amendment?
So my thoughts are
Get those lights off.
Thank you, Liz. My thoughts are probably a little bit go a little bit further than the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party's view mostly is universal background checks and red flag laws, and then some people in the Democratic Party want to do an assault weapons ban. Me personally, I follow the 4 goals that Brett Cross puts out. If you don't know Brett Cross, he's another creator who the main thing he talks about is gun reform to save children. And the 4 things I think are all just common sense. It's universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage laws, and an assault weapons ban. We had an assault weapons ban in the 90s, and it reduced the amount of gun violence. I don't see why we couldn't have it again.
Yeah, so I definitely do agree on universal background checks. When it comes to my state, which is New Jersey, which is it's a little bit more blue than red, but it's almost in the middle, I'd say. It is a universal background state, and I do believe.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Annie. Why would you want to ask? Why would I want to ask the government permission for my gun rights? Token, your gun rights that you're talking about it doesn't give you the right to have a tank. It doesn't give you the right to have an RPG. It doesn't give you the right to have a fully automatic machine gun, right? So like, why would you want to limit your rights? Oh, that's a great question. So if you really have so much fun shooting your big metal penis that you are okay with children dying in schools, then I get your point. But most humans care about children, and we'd be willing to like just have like normal guns and not like the really big ones to protect children. But Token, I understand that you don't feel that way.
Yeah, so like my kind of beliefs on a firearm basis is I believe that handguns should be okay as long as you go through legally. I also believe that sniper rifles and shotguns are okay well, maybe not sniper rifles, but definitely certain marksman rifles that do have a little bit of scope for things like hunting, for example. I do believe that that's okay. And I also do believe that, did I say shotguns already or no?
You did.
Okay. And for ARs, assault rifles, it really kind of sort of depends. Like, I believe we should not go as far as legalizing AK-47s, for example. But there are certain ARs that probably do about the same as like a handgun, and are not fully automatic. So I would say that those are also okay. But like me and you probably feel a little bit different. How do you think about that?
I already told you what I think. So.
All right. I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Give you my position. I think it's like a lot more important that children can feel safe at school, that parents can feel safe sending their kids to school. I think if that means a few weirdos have to deal with slightly smaller guns, then on them. Okay, saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Swan, for the roses.
I am. Should I like censor myself while I'm on here? Like,
so I would say for other lives they do ask that you censor. I don't care too much. Just don't say like explicit drugs or anything like that, and we should be good.
Yeah. So
Thank
if
you,
it does get into that, should I censor myself? For example, should I like censor? Say you know what I'm saying, but like it doesn't flag you.
Let me ask you a question. Is this just like an interview about what I believe, or like what's the? Where are we going with this?
It's not an interview. It's just more so. It's like kind of like. I guess I'm just going a little bit too slow. Let me just like speed up a little bit. Is that where kind of? Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, me and you can agree that like it's like weirdos that are doing stuff in schools with firearms that are not good, right?
Yeah, and I want less weirdos to have access to those types of firearms. Yeah. We
Yes,
want to reduce the risk as much as possible. We can't get rid of the risk completely. We want to reduce it as much as possible.
Yeah, but my issue is with that is if a weirdo is not able to obtain a firearm legally, they're just going to go through the illegal measures and obtain it. It's definitely a lot easier than you think. And
no, it's not. So in Australia, after they had the Port Arthur mass shooting back in the 90s, they cared about their kids there and immediately did an assault weapons ban. So right now, if you wanted to buy, actually, well, I say right now, before COVID, I don't know what it is now, but before COVID, if you wanted to buy an assault weapon from the black market, it'd be $17,000. Now, I don't know if you've seen some of these school shooters. I don't think they have access to $17,000.
yes, which is why they're more so going towards things like handguns, for example.
However, if that means that mass shootings are going to be committed with handguns instead of ARs, then I'd rather that, right? Obviously, I'd rather no mass shootings, but I'd rather 2 casualties than 17 or 30.
Yeah. I mean, of course, the smaller the better. However, the issue is there's definitely more like violent acts than just school outings. You could definitely like break into somebody's house and just X them, for example. You know.
Yes, but what do we have a problem with? We don't have a problem with random people breaking into people's houses, right? We have a very specific problem in the United States that can be very, very easily ameliorated.
Yeah. However, it's okay if you're not aware, but are you aware that now this is coming from somebody that I know that is a high-ranking cop in New Jersey. Are you aware that like in multiple states, the weirdo people that can't get access to legal firearms are now importing the individual parts and assembling them themselves to commit their crimes?
You're talking about ghost guns?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, we should probably start legislating that too. But
yes, of course.
But any barrier, listen, any barrier that makes it more difficult is going to reduce the amount of school shootings. Plain and simple. Like you're under the impression that no matter what, if someone wants to do a school shooting, they're going to do it. A lot of these times, these are people that are mentally disturbed and or don't have the faculties to go through everything you're describing.
Yes, and with that point, I do agree with you. However, the thing is, like for example, if we do legislate something that is by theory anti-Second Amendment, and let's say it takes a firearm from somebody that's just an honest American that doesn't do weird stuff and goes
What does an
through
honest American need an AR-15 for? That's what I want to know.
Things like self-defense.
You don't need an AR-15 for self-defense. AR-15 is not even the best thing for self-defense. For home defense, a shotgun would be better.
Is a handgun or a shotgun? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You know that. I don't even know why you brought that up. You know that a handgun or shotgun are going to be better for self-defense.
Yes. Yes, but with that being said, defense and offense, we also have to.
So you offensing against?
No, just hear me out for a second. Yeah, so what I was saying is like the way that a shotgun and a pistol are more effective than an AR in a defensive situation is also the same way in an offensive situation, which is why a lot of times where crime is committed, that it's not normally someone with the AR is not going to be as effective unless it's a mass shooting, whether it's in a school or in another public place.
That's right. Great point. So why should just regular people have ARs if all it does is increase the risk of mass shootings being having more casualties? Doesn't make sense. Anyone with a brain and a heart would realize, okay, this AR is not worth the risk to the children. Given that I have this AR for self-defense and a better option for self-defense is a handgun or a shotgun, I will just keep those and then not worry about the government taking my guns, right?
Yeah, it's definitely ambiguous, and I'm not the best person to like push the argument
about extreme.
that it's for or against assault rifles. However, you do bring up some valid points. I could definitely give you that. However, it just like I don't know how to explain it, but like I'm thinking about the honest American and the fact that it's not impossible. If we go too left on the Second Amendment issue, it is not impossible that the honest American could possibly be in some type of danger.
What you're doing is the slippery slope fallacy, right? You're saying that, well, if we ban the guns that only school shooters use and no one needs, then what if we end up banning the guns that people do need?
I mean, a school shooter is going to shoot up a school with any gun. Like, again, if it does happen, it can happen with any firearm.
Yeah, again, I would rather it happen where there's 2 casualties than 30.
Yeah, exactly. And like anything that and in my opinion on it, my general opinion on it is like anything that can help reduce casualties while also not intervening on the Second Amendment too much is fine.
Great. So we agree then with the Second Amendment, right? If we ignore the part about the militia, would protect your right to own a handgun or a shotgun. It doesn't protect your right to own an AR-15, especially if it means that we save children. We agree. Great. So you agree that we are all right. We're making progress. So our first conversation, you agreed that a tax bill that only benefited the middle class would have been better than the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which mostly benefited the top 1%. You agree that in terms of gun laws, we should be able to protect the Second Amendment while also reducing the risk to children. It sounds like you're not a conservative anymore, but we could keep going through your topics.
I'm an independent, not a conservative. I did explain to you that I'm a conservative. I mean, I explained to you.
You're an independent, but you lean right. I'm saying now you're leaning left.
I do lean right, yeah.
I think if you're processing, like if you're actually processing what we're talking about and the things you're agreeing with, then it sounds like you're going to start leaning left. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I definitely do agree with you more on the Second Amendment. There's some things I did agree with you about the first conversation, but I just think some of the first conversation, it just due to different perceptions. So I do agree with you on some of the first conversation, but the second conversation, at least on an intentional basis, when it comes to intentions, that me and you do agree that we do both want what is best. And I might not be the best person to justify against or for the Second Amendment, but like another topic that I do want to cover is abortion. Is that okay?
You could just say the word. You're good.
Okay, abortion. Yeah, I don't want your stream to get flagged down, even though we do disagree on some topics.
Don't worry. I've been pretty lucky with my stream, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, so abortion. Can I start by asking what's your general opinion on abortion?
I just think women should have the right to make their own healthcare decisions. And I don't have a uterus, so I don't really know why my opinion matters that much anyway. Yeah.
Now, I do kind of sort of disagree. Like, it's one thing if it's like a life or death situation for the woman, and like, you know, it's like required for them to save their life, then I'm okay with that. But in most situations, I do believe that if somebody has consensual intercourse, that they do consent to having a baby if it goes down that route. If you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't really know. I just don't know, first of all, why like it's your business.
It's just like a lot of like, the thing is, like, I am aware that the birth rates have been going down.
Oh no, okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Whatever part of the internet you're on, get off it. Okay? The moment you say birth rates, you're in a pipeline. You know what pipelines are?
Pipeline, kind of, sort of. Explain it to me.
Do you watch one video about taxes, and then all of a sudden, you become a Nazi after you go through the pipeline, like the alt-right pipeline, for example? So when you're talking about birth rates, that's usually that's a dog whistle for, well, it's white birth rates are dropping. So
yeah, well, more so just like Americans now, on average, are having less children than back in the day. Now, of course,
yep.
there's economic.
How is that a problem?
How's that a problem?
Yeah.
It's just that's actually a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I can't come up with it on the top of my head. I'll be honest.
Okay, this is what I'm going to ask you to do. All right. Now we know where a lot of your talking points came from, because you seem like a smart kid. Okay, you genuinely do. You're able to have this conversation, but it's clear that your talking points are coming from whoever you're watching. I don't know if you're watching Sneeko. I don't know who you're watching. Just stop. Okay, I swear, they're selling you a false bill of goods. All right.
Honestly, I honestly watch just what's it called? I honestly watch both sides. Kind of, sort of. It's just like when it came. I don't watch Nico. He's not even American, I don't think. But like, I like watch both debates from your side and the red side, and like even some people that hold like completely different American opinions that are not red or blue. So it just like it's kind of sort of like the red side just like kind of made sense to me a little bit more, I guess. Which is why even though I'm not the best at it, I do partake in these debates sometimes against both the amateurs and professionals.
Okay. Well, I hope that so far, right, you've noticed that like in these conversations, I didn't say anything that's like absurd. I said we shouldn't be increasing our national debt to provide tax cuts to billionaires. I showed you the difference between 1 billion and 1 million, right? And you recognize that's a huge difference. These people can pay more in taxes.
Now, some of the first conversation, I agree with you. The second conversation about the Second Amendment, we do agree on a intentional basis where me and you both have the same goal. We're just not sure what the best way to approach it is, I guess. Or just me and you have different ideas. But I do agree with you on intentional
basis. We agreed 100%. You said if there's a way to reduce the risk to kids, but protect the Second Amendment, then you'd be for it. And that's what I described. Nothing about the Second Amendment says that you can have an AR-15.
Yeah, and for the most part, I agree with you. Just like certain things, small things.
What small things? Like what?
Classifications of like what an AR is. I just feel like it's a little bit too vague, and I think we should just like maybe look into that.
Okay, this is a you problem. All you have to do is look up the assault weapons ban in the 90s. Then you'll know what the qualifications are.
Yeah, I guess, but that'd just be for the 90s. But like, kind of back to the. I don't want to do a massive red herring, but like back to the current conversation.
Okay.
I just don't think
really quick. If you wanna keep doing the abortion conversation, I have to bring up a person with a uterus. So because it's just not. I don't like having these conversations.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Hi. Yay! I made it up. Hi. So I just wanted to say that you brought up that. Women should only be able to have an NAB in the case of it being life or death for them, correct?
Yes, and just certain like situations that are just like
sorry, that's my
obvious that it's okay, like a situation like that. But I believe that an individual that just partakes in intercourse, you do consent to having a child, and I believe that somebody that just consents to intercourse and does that should take care of the child instead of getting it aborted, even if that means they place it for adoption or something. I just don't think it'd be fair for the child.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you an example of a friend of mine that I knew that now would be forced to be traumatized for several months. Okay, she was pregnant. She wanted her baby very much. And at her 20-week ultrasound, which was just shy of 21 weeks, she found out that her baby's brain wasn't developing. Now, it's not life-threatening to her in any way. It doesn't hurt anything physically to keep carrying the pregnancy. And so in many states, Kentucky is one of them, which is where I'm originally from, she would be forced to carry her baby to term, which, just so you know, is another 4 to 5 months with your belly sticking out and a baby that isn't viable at all, with people going, oh, when are you due? What are you having? Congratulations. Not to mention the insane amount of stress that a pregnancy puts on a woman's body. All of the changes that happen. I don't know if you are old enough to even know these things or are married or in a relationship, but there is a lot that happens to a woman. It's not like it's just this perfect little baby belly and everything is fine.
Yes, and I'm perfectly aware of that, and I'm aware of I'm not aware of the scientific, the way a doctor would, but I'm aware of the rough process that the woman would have to go through to bear a child.
But that is exactly it, right? The doctors know. So why can it not be left up to a woman and her doctor? Because that is, I will tell you, that is one of hundreds of situations that are trying to be legislated by men who have no idea what they're talking about. And so you're creating these heartbreaking situations for millions of women. There are millions of women who have been, and girls who have been great, who are now being forced to carry their
I
grape.
never gave you my take on grape. I never gave you my take.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you agree with any type of legislating a woman's body and being able to access that care, you are saying it's okay as long as they can't do X. That's okay. That's just a side effect. It's just a side effect that millions of women and girls are being forced to carry their rapist babies. I don't agree with that. That's just, it happens. But as long as, the other people have to just pay for their choices, which, by the way, having an AB is not, the amount of women who use that as birth control is so minute compared to the women and girls who use it for very real consequences, things in their life. If you think about a 17-year-old girl who goes to a party and thinks she's with trusted people, and so she ends up being with her boyfriend, and it's not great because she was having a good time, she wanted to be there. I don't want to get into the technicalities of that because that can be a gray area, but let's say that she did that, but she'd been drinking, so they didn't use birth control, they forgot, and she ended up becoming pregnant. And she has a full scholarship. Not that it matters. It doesn't matter what the woman or the girl is doing. Everyone is worth the same regardless. But let's say she has a full ride to be a doctor. She could be the person who cures cancer. Is that potential life worth more than hers? Should she have to throw her whole life away because of a possible life that could come to be?
In my opinion,
that makes no sense.
Yes, my opinion is if you have consensual intercourse, you are consenting to having a child, even if it's protected. So it would be unethical for a woman to abort a fetus because they made a bad decision. Now,
okay, what if the condom broke, the birth control failed? It's an ectopic pregnancy. They can't keep it. It has to go, but it's not putting the mother's life at risk just yet. You have to wait until they are in full sepsis And many women are dying because of that now, because doctors are terrified to do these procedures until the woman's life is dire. The situation.
Hi, Lisa. Do you mind if I jump in?
Oh, go for it. I just wanted to tell the one story.
Tim.
I'm not used to
So you haven't met me. I'm Falcon Reads here on TikTok. My real name is Alora. Amongst the myriad of political things I do, I am also a student midwife. I have been a doula for 8 years. I am also a certified lactation counselor and have done fertility and birth work for nearly 7 years now. So I want to quickly say you seem to, or I hope, be open to being educated. And I will say that I have been in school long enough that you are not qualified to debate me on abortion. We're just going to point that out. What I am going to do is I am going to give you an essay and 2 books to read. After you read those things, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you about abortion. But right now, I need you to have a baseline understanding, because one of the things that you mentioned earlier is collapsing birth rates. So I would like to connect you with the leading researcher on the declining birth rates, both in the United States and globally. She is a British PhD and scientist. Her name is Dr. Alice Evans. And she has written a book called The Great Gender Divergence. And she also has an essay on why fertility is collapsing globally. Again, it's by Dr. Alice Evans. I have written papers based on her research. It is very compelling, and she uses statistics and economics to sort of break, and also technology to break down a lot of the answers to these questions and why sort of the pop culture answers don't line up with the science that we have. So again, that's Dr. Alice Evans. And then I also want you to read another book if you are capable of reading, and it's called Medical Apartheid by Harriet A. Washington, so that you can understand why Black and brown women may feel hesitant to carry a pregnancy to term in the United States, where they are 3 times more likely to unalive in childbirth. So after you read that very basic material that I had to read in my freshman year of college, then yes, I am very condescending because I have been in college for almost a decade. So yep, I'm going to be condescending with an individual that is spreading misinformation on the internet that puts real women's lives at risk. So I want him to take the time to do research conducted by actual women, to really understand some of the historical, scientific, and cultural reasons why we have these issues. And then once we have a bare minimum like education level, I will happily sit down with you and have a conversation about abortion. So again, that book is Medical Apartheid by Harriet A. Washington, and The Great Gender Divergence by Dr. Alice Evans. And she has a shorter essay that you can read as a primer to her work called Why is Fertility Collapsing Globally? They are great reads if you want to understand, again, why Black and brown women hesitate to have children, not just here in the United States, but in a lot of Western countries, again, because we have this issue going on. And also, in addition to that, Alice Evans has really great data and research about falling birth rates, and the fact that birth rates are falling in developed countries, not just in the United States, but it's actually a trend that we're seeing globally.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely made a lot of assumptions. I'm already aware of the statistics that you brought up earlier about like how a Black/brown woman is more likely to die in childbirth within the United States. I'm already aware of that. So that is one assumption that you made that was a little bit dishonest. Another thing that you did say earlier that abortion isn't the sole cause of the average like family and how many kids are having on average. I was also aware of that. I already brought up to the host himself that.
You didn't understand what I said.
But you like made a lot of assumptions though. I already brought up to
Make
the
a lot of
host.
assumptions. One of your rebuttals to Dan about why you thought it was important for women to not be having abortions, you brought up the whole idea of fertility rates dropping and why it's important that women should be having children. So I'm letting you know that there are scientific theories out there about globally collapsing birth rates.
Yeah, I know it's more
and
than
you
just
should read some of those theories before you try and debate abortion with women on the internet.
Yes, but I'm saying if somebody has consensual intercourse, they're consenting to potentially having a child. Now, let me ask you a question. If you purchase a lottery ticket, are you consenting to losing?
Risking my life carrying an infant to term has absolutely nothing to do with purchasing a lottery ticket, right? That's apples to oranges.
See,
also,
but that's an emotional argument you're pitching towards me.
That's not an emotional argument.
That's an okay metaphor. That is an okay metaphor.
It's only an okay metaphor if what you're saying is that having a child is a punishment.
I never said it's a punishment. If anything, I think.
Well, you're saying it's losing, right? Like a lotto ticket. Do you consent to losing?
And by
why should having a child be a punishment? That's what I don't get. And let me go back to what I was.
That's the metaphor you guys are making. So I'm making a that is what you guys are saying. So I'm making a metaphor, assuming that having an abortion is the equivalent of losing to a lottery from purchasing a scratch-off ticket. That is a metaphor I was making.
As someone who has handed women their not living babies after very difficult labor, yeah, I'm offended by you comparing their pregnancy and their birth to a scratch-off.
Okay, but I did ask a valid question though, right?
No, it's not.
Would you be for mandatory vasectomies?
Please say it again.
Would you be for mandatory vasectomies?
Can you elaborate on the vasectomy word? I kind of forget what that is, honestly.
Oh, it's a surgery that makes it so that you can't pregnate anybody. It's a surgery done on your by the vas deferens or whatever.
Like tying the tubes, is it like that's the slang equivalent, right?
Well, that's a slang for a woman's equivalent, but yeah. So like, and they're also these procedures are also reversible. So you mandatory vasectomies at 18, and then when you're ready to have a child, reverse it. Would you be for that?
Specific situation you bring up, in my opinion, a woman can have a vasectomy whenever they want. However, we should not mandate.
I'm sorry. Wait. Vasectomies are for men.
Women don't have the anatomy to have a vasectomy.
Men don't have vas deferens.
Vas deferens.
Well, you led me on to believe that it was about a woman, and I literally asked you the term, what's it called, tying the tubes.
No, and I told you that would be the female equivalent. I said that would be the woman's equivalent, but a vasectomy is for the vas deferens. I thought as a man just getting out of high school that you'd know what a vas deferens was. I apologize. This is a procedure done on a man's undercarriage. Uses local anesthesia.
Male equivalent.
Well, this is the more common procedure because getting your tubes tied, quote unquote, is a much more invasive procedure. So if we wanted to prevent unplanned pregnancies, then we would do the reversible, less serious option, which is on the male body. So, would you be for mandatory vasectomies?
No, I would probably be against that.
Why?
Why? I just think that if you're not ready to have a kid, you should not be sleeping around. That's exactly what I do. Just because I'm personally at a point in my life where I'm not ready to carry a kid, then I am not sleeping around.
Well, so so you're saying all the men that want to have sex but don't want to have kids.
If they don't want kids, they should not have sex. By you having sex, you're both consenting to the enjoyment.
So you're saying that
of
married couples that are done having children should swear off sex for the rest of their relationship?
I'm more so saying,
I'm so serious. Answer the question.
It's a
Do
good
you think that
question.
married couples, I'm married. I've been married to my husband for 8 years now. If my husband and I said that we didn't want to have more children, are you telling me that I'm not allowed
probably
to
not a
have
good
sex
idea
with
for
my
you to have
husband because
intercourse.
it's
It's
not
probably
for
not a good
procreation?
idea because intercourse leads to having an abortion. I mean, intercourse leads to you having a baby. Sorry, I misspoke. Assuming that there is no protection.
So
No, wait. Well, you
I
just said you
have
don't care about protection because they fail, right? Even if you're having intercourse with protection because you're so anti-abortion, you wouldn't care. So you're saying that all people should have what, sex 1, 2, maybe 3 times their whole life? That's in your worldview?
Yes, in my personal worldview, you should only have intercourse when you want to bear a bear a child. My bad. And
I'm sorry. I do not want to cut you off, but I just have to say, how old are you?
I am an adult.
Well,
19.
Yes, I would assume so.
His frontal lobe is not developed.
Ah, okay. Please. I don't want to get Dan's life taken down, but good Lord, please get out and live before you put all of these opinions on people, because I can guarantee you that you have not.
I live plenty. I've seen a lot. I've been through a lot. You don't know. No.
Oh no.
Honestly, I have. And like I raised like ethical concerns in this past debate about the baby itself. You guys never really answered to that much. You just gave me arguments just that are solely for the mother.
Well,
I understand certain situations, but like,
for the mother?
What's that?
So I'm sorry, it's not good enough if the reasoning is solely for the mother. The mother isn't a good enough reason.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's one thing if the mother's life is in risk, or maybe I can even allow it if it's like if they get raped or something.
Oh, you can allow it. Good.
Allow.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but seriously, are you going to read the books, and would you like to come back and have a discussion with me after you read the 2 books that I've asked you to read?
No offense towards you, but I'm probably not gonna be interested.
Not
in
gonna read
that.
it. Yeah.
No offense towards you, but like this is kind of a debate that me and the Dan Amalek guy.
Well,
Dan,
I don't really
told me
debate.
that he
I don't.
was not going to debate abortion.
Yeah,
with
it's
a
just
man.
not. I don't have a uterus. I don't. Why would I care? I just think. This is my opinion. This is the opinion of the left. Really, I just think a woman's healthcare, right? Her healthcare decisions should be between her and her doctor. I don't know why we would want the government involved. That's my opinion. Why would we want the government involved?
I just think that we should also just consider the life of the unborn. You know.
Oh, have you ever considered that the life of the mother, the person with sentience that can think and has memories and is maybe more important than the clump of cells?
I mean, it really depends. Are we just talking about like recreational intercourse and the mother regrets it, or is it like something life threatening?
Why did that change what I said? Why are we taking?
My answer is different for both of those, because for the 2 examples I brought up above, the answers are different. There's 2 different answers. Like I'm okay with an abortion, say like that the mother's life is in risk if the mother got raped, for example. There's certain situations where I'm willing to allow it, but like I just don't believe that an individual that has intercourse and then regrets the child that's in their uterus has a right to have an abortion. I just don't agree.
Really quickly, Courtney, thank you for the $10. There are 400,000 kids in foster care, and nearly 1/4 are needing an adoptive parent. The whole just put them up for adoption argument is going to further overwhelm an already very broken system. Thank you, Courtney, so much. I'm sorry, this was from like 10, 15 minutes ago, so I hope you're still here, but thank you so much.
Dan, I just want to say that your theory gets more and more correct every day. And I hate it here. Tim, you're not willing to actually educate yourself and read scientific research. So I'm not.
I never said I was willing to. Again, a false generalization about what I said. I never said that I'm not willing to further educate myself on a topic. I'm just saying I'm probably not willing to have a debate with you. That's what I said.
Okay.
So you're willing to read the books, you just don't want to talk to me about it. You want to talk to a man about someone who
It has nothing to
have a
do
uterus
with you being a
about
woman. It has nothing to do
women's
with you being a
healthcare
woman.
issues.
It's just that this was a debate between me and Dan.
And Dan explicitly told you that he was going to bring people who had uteruses up onto the panel
Yes.
because he did not want to debate this topic between two people who this healthcare decision does not affect.
Okay, well then then Dan could have moved on, and
I tried to.
still
I
think
genuinely
morally-
tried to. I don't know if you remember, but then you said I'm gonna go back to
You
it.
wanted
so
to circle back.
you wanted to circle back,
you
and I
brought
said,
me
all right, well
back.
then.
No, but you did a red. I'm not blaming you in specific, but me and you kind of both did a red herring, and we were talking about the two past issues before the abortion discussion that we did discuss for like a small split second. So I'm
Matt,
not
thank you for the
blaming you, but we did.
$5. Matt, thank you for the $5. Can you ask the guest if he would be willing to adopt any of those kids in the foster system? Question. Thank you, Matt. Would you be willing to adopt children in the foster system?
I'm sorry, I had mute for a second. Was your question, would I be willing to adopt somebody in the foster care system? I'm at a point in my life when I'm not currently able to take care of a child. However, I do believe that adopting a kid from a foster care system, for example, is a very morally great thing to do. I think is a very good thing for somebody to do if they're able to do that. I think that's really, really good.
You want to know something, Dan? In most states, he's not old enough to legally adopt from foster care.
Yeah,
Which
that is
again,
actually true.
Why it's not worth having this conversation with him. And I have an adopted daughter, so like.
And that's very good. I'm very happy for you. I'm very proud of you for doing that. That's something I could give someone praise for. And that is also true that in most states I'm not able to adopt yet. I never denied that.
I'm trying to point out the ludicrousness of trying to have this conversation with you.
I know, and I kind of pointed out some of the moral, some of the things that makes the things morally ambiguous, and no offense towards any of you guys, but you guys did kind of
based
sort of
on whose morals?
What's that?
Based on whose morals?
I'm saying from a more it could be subjectively, could be just subjective. I just think it's immoral to have an abortion if you just had, I already explained my stance on it, and I did ask a couple questions about the child. There's also a law in California that if you kill a pregnant woman, for example, that's a double homicide. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, because the woman didn't consent to an abortion, right? That's the difference here. I've heard this talking point in whatever pipeline you're in, gave it to you. There's a difference between somebody that makes the decision to have an abortion versus somebody else making that decision for them.
I understand, but how isn't both situations murder? How isn't that not, or how's that not a homicide in that situation?
You're appealing to the law then?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. How is that not a homicide?
I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you. So there's an additional harm being caused because not only the woman being killed, but the fetus that the woman did not consent to being terminated is being killed as well, right? It's the consent that makes the difference. But if you want to go by the specific word of the law, then I don't know why you would even argue that, because the law in most states gives women the right to make their own healthcare decisions. Maybe not most, but in a lot of states. And before the overturn of Roe v. Wade, it was all states. So are you appealing to the law? What is the point? I get that it's a gotcha that was given to you by whatever right-wing creators you follow, but it doesn't actually prove what you're trying to say.
I'm more so debating on a moral aspect, and more so debating that
whose
it's immoral.
Morals?
What's up?
Whose morals?
My subjective morals and the morals of other people.
Matt, thank you for the $5. When he is old enough, how many kids will he adopt? Good question. So when you are ready to have kids, how many are you going to adopt?
I don't know. I'm not against adoption. I'm not against it.
Going to do the work to be a trauma-informed adoptive parent? Take the classes, read the books, do the therapy.
If I go down that route, I would definitely, if I do go down that route, I'll definitely do things that make sure that I'm informed, and I would take care of the kid well That's just something currently that I'm not able to do in my current life situation, which is why I'm also not having intercourse. So, like, even though we do disagree, I'm not speaking from a hypocritical point of view.
So my question for you is, why do I have to live according to someone else's morals?
And that's when I say you don't have to. I just think with some of the questions I did bring up in the past that were kind of sort of glanced over, I just think that it's just...
Wait, hold on. You are saying that because the pro-choice position does not mean it's the pro-abortion position. Pro-choice position just means that you have the right to choose. So you wouldn't get an abortion, right? That's great. Do you want to impose that on all women in this country?
Would I want to impose that on all women in the country?
Yeah.
The thing is, I can't just give a yes or no because there's definitely certain situations where I would give the okay. I don't think just the average woman that has intercourse, knowing the consequence that they could possibly have a kid from it, I don't think that we should really give them forgiveness. I believe.
Okay, so you do want to impose your morals on the rest of the country. You could just say that.
I guess in this specific situation, yes.
Got it. Okay.
Someone named Lily said she wants to come up.
I'll bring her up in a second. Rissa or Falcon. I don't want to bring up too many people. If
I'll drop.
Okay, thank you so much, Rissa.
Have a good one. Even though we do disagree, I still wish you have a good day.
All right, Oscar, thank you for the $2. Should an unborn child who eats their twin in the womb be charged with homicide?
That does happen.
Tim?
Yeah, homicide, I think legal definition is killing somebody, but like with no intentions of murder. Am I correct?
Sorry, manslaughter. Let's update the language to manslaughter. Do you think that we are charging a newborn baby with manslaughter?
I don't think they're actually, what's it called? I don't think
they do in fact absorb their twin in the womb. That does happen.
Yeah, that does happen. I'm not denying that. I just don't think that the baby is at the times able to actually make that decision. It just kind of sort of just happens. So for that reason, where I would say that homicide, manslaughter, murder sometimes can be a decision, I'm saying that the baby in the womb is not capable of making that decision.
I have two more questions for you, and then I'll let Lily go. One, what trimester do most abortions occur in?
If I am not mistaken, wouldn't it be in the third trimester? Am I mistaken or no?
Very mistaken.
Very mistaken. Almost 90% of abortions occur in the first trimester.
I think it's less than 5% in the third. Maybe less than 1.
Yeah. Oh, we're talking like based on how many weeks. Yeah. Well, then it'd definitely be like the earlier.
You
didn't know what a trimester was, did you? Just like you didn't know what vas deferens were.
I really encourage you to take an anatomy class in college.
You said
take it again.
You said vasectomy, not vasastrin. We never really spoke on vasastrins. We did speak on vasectomies, though. Dan.
I said vas deferens. It's a part of the male anatomy.
Yes, I just don't recall that being in the conversation. I do remember you saying something about a vasectomy, though.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lily. Introduce yourself. Hello. You can take a shot at whatever this is.
Girl, you've been holding it down. Hi, I'm Lily. Tim, I'm gonna keep this short because, wow, we got some learning to do, bud. So you want to have kids one day, right? Like you want to have your own children, your own biological children one day, right?
Yes. At a later date, not yet, but later on in my life, yes.
No pressure. No pressure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how common it is for women to experience a miscarriage at some point in their lives while trying to have children?
Yes, I'm aware that it's not rare. I'm aware that it's not rare.
You're aware that it's not rare, right?
Yeah, it's common-ish, I'd say.
Common-ish, super common.
Yeah, common. Yeah.
So meanwhile, while Republicans are trying to ban abortion access, ban medication abortion, and then include a million more red lines for medical providers to provide the care that their patients need, one of those things that falls into that is the care for persons who are experiencing a miscarriage, spontaneous abortion, and ectopic pregnancy, complications that can occur in the first trimester and the second trimester,
If
really
that's the
common around
case.
20 weeks. Right. But now those patients aren't getting the proper care that they need. So
If
like,
that's
no, hold on. So your moral argument this entire time has been just about shaming patients into being stuck with a pregnancy that they didn't want. And you're forgetting about the fact that you want kids one day, but it's not going to be safe for you and your partner to bear children at one point if abortion access isn't available. Do you understand that? I know you don't because you're
abortion,
too young to, but
um,
it's not going to be safe.
I'm perfectly aware that miscarriages and abortions are two entirely different things, and if they do fall
That's
under
not
like a
true.
similar or same
You
policy,
are incorrect.
I said they're
You know
two
what a
different
missed
things.
miscarriage is?
Yes, a miscarriage is when
No, a missed miscarriage. Listen to me. Do you know what a missed miscarriage is?
a missed miscarriage. What are we adding misses now?
No, it is a term. What is a missed miscarriage? Lily is trying to explain something to you that you are not understanding.
I thought she said miscarriage. This is like
I am saying miscarriage, but what Falcon is saying here is a missed miscarriage, as in you missed it, you didn't catch it in time. One of the medications that's used to treat a miscarriage is misoprostol, which is a medication that is also used for abortion. So while that is being banned, patients might not be provided the access that they need for their miscarriage, and because of that, it's not being treated, thus miscarriage, thus a million other complications that we can go down a rabbit hole of afterwards. But the point being is that because of abortion bans, that access is becoming harder and harder to access for patients, and especially in impoverished communities, and especially for Black and brown women, especially. But regardless, red tape, and even if you want kids, even if you want that pregnancy, if you have a miscarriage or any common pregnancy complication like you mentioned that you are aware of, that's going to be harder for you to access care now, and it could be detrimental.
So I want to highlight the fact that in a missed miscarriage, your fetus is no longer compatible with life. Typically, that means that there is no brain development and there is no longer a heartbeat. However, in a missed miscarriage, it does not result in spontaneous abortion where the body delivers the baby, unalive baby. So typically what ends up happening is either they are forced in states with abortion bans, these women are forced to continue carrying these babies continued carrying these fetuses until their life is in danger, until they are almost septic. So that's what she's trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
Is that you are trapped in this position where there is literally something decaying inside of your body, and doctors are afraid to remove it because of these laws. That's what Lily is trying to highlight to you.
Okay.
Not only is this very real, but it's happened to me. I've had a miscarriage and had to have an abortion because of it. But I have also volunteered in clinics in southern states, in my home state in Alabama, where I have watched this happen to women. And it is horrifying. And no woman should have to wait until she is on death's door to get access to healthcare.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, and in that specific situation, I already provided in the past that I'm willing to allow like certain.
But it's not your decision to allow anything. That's the big point that you're missing.
She should not have to wait until she is on death's door to receive access to health care. And that's the way these laws are being written.
Falcon, thank you so much for coming up. I'm gonna wrap up this guest shortly. There's like a lot of people.
Absolutely, Dan. This is your space. Feel free to drop me.
Your live is
especially-
flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in your live being discontinued. Love that.
Okay, gotcha. You've got to drop me. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Falcon.
This is gross.
Yeah, no, I know. Lily, did you have any final thoughts?
It just, this is the brain rot is insane. No, other than Tim, you gotta figure some life out here. I hear that you think that you have some moral high ground, but you don't. And
I never said I was better than someone.
No. You've tried to make that very clear.
You were very judgy about people that don't have sex twice in their whole life. You literally said like, well, if you're not trying to have a kid, you shouldn't have sex, even if you're already married, even if you don't want to have any more kids after already having kids. Like, yeah.
Comparing getting pregnant to a losing lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my general point is,
you don't have any points.
Lily, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Have a great rest of your night.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, but my point was
really quick. I'll let you finish in 1 second. Stephanie, thank you for the $20. Ask him how many holes below the belly button women have.
3.
You shot it out so quick. Then drop his ass. All right. Oh God. Okay. Listen, I know that the guest box was packed with people that wanted to come up and dunk on that child. If I wasn't able to bring you up, I'm so sorry. But Stephanie, thank you so much for that. I mean, essentially, that's what Trump was talking about, right? The post-birth abortion. That's when we get rid of a child after. Stephanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So there is an argument, right, where, hey, Gina, there's an argument that I don't like. I'll only reset if we get the warning again. I think we'll be fine. I don't want to reset if we don't have to. But there's an argument that I don't like making, where it's like, okay, well, if you want fewer abortions, then you should be for Roe v. Wade, because when Roe v. Wade was overturned, there was actually more abortions that were performed, and they were just less safe. It also leads to obviously more harm to women. The women that die due to sepsis. Erica said restart. Well, if Erica thinks I should restart, then maybe I should. It leads to corpses being used as incubators. All of this, like, but that ignores the fact that, like, he's saying very like misogynistic stuff, right? It's like he feels like he has the right to dictate what women should and should not do. And I don't think we should have to make the argument, well, okay, well, you can keep those views, but even still, abortion laws are bad for reducing abortions. Because it almost feels like it's glossing over his position. So it's really tough. It's kind of like how before the election, I would make the argument that, well, mass deportations are bad because we spend billions of dollars tracking them down, billions of dollars holding them, billions of dollars deporting them, and we lose billions of dollars in tax revenue for Social Security and Medicare, which is stuff that they don't even get back, right? Like, that's an argument for conservatives, because conservatives are, like, lack empathy. But the real argument is, like, why do we want to take somebody that's been living here for 10 years, even if they came here illegally? Why do we want to take them, rip them apart from their family, and ship them out? So, like, I guess my question to y'all is, should I make that argument that only applies to, like, conservatives? Or is it more important to point out that even if you do want women to have less abortions, then these laws aren't the move? That's my genuine question, especially for the women in chat. Because, like, I don't know if pragmatically it makes more sense. That is the higher value argument, but there can be multiple points to the argument. Genuine question: why Dems want to use immigrants as slaves? We don't. Easy answer: we don't. Number two, I like the second one. What was number two? He wants to punish women for being free to choose who they procreate with. Yeah. No, it's a utilitarian argument, and the issue is the misogyny. Repeat the question, please. Okay. So, with people who it's very clear have misogynistic views, they don't care about like a woman's right to make her own decisions, and they're being judgmental about a woman sleeping around, quote unquote. Is it worth making the, as Annie put it, the utilitarian argument, talking about how, okay, well, even if you want fewer abortions, there's been more abortions since the overturn of Roe v. Wade, and not only that, but there's a higher maternal death rate, the overturn of Roe v. Wade. So if you care about women at all, then that's also like a negative thing coming from the anti-abortion laws. So my question is, should we bother making that argument? Because making that argument, in my mind, making that argument kind of glosses over the misogyny of their original point. Or should we just emphasize, so you're still wrong and you're still misogynistic for having these views, but even if you have these views, should we, these laws are bad. They don't actually care about the overall birth rate. They care about controlling women. Misogyny is part and parcel of the problem. Yeah, emphasize for sure. Yes, that line. It has to be both. And sometimes we just take what we can, unfortunately. Make the argument telling men to stop impregnating women. I mean, I tried to tell him about like mandatory vasectomies, and he said that, first of all, he didn't know what a vas deferens was, or actually what a vasectomy was. Literally is a very misused word. Okay. So what I mean by this is any policy that conservatives have that liberals don't is a policy they're wrong about. That's my position. Did that help? We need to control the narrative. Many of them want women to be forced to rely on men, and this is one of the ways to accomplish it. Yes, very true. That is very, very true. Feeding a conservative's argument within their own framework will always be more effective than trying to shout down their framework as being wrong and bad, even if it is indeed wrong and bad. Millions of children are gone because of Dems' radical abortion. See, that's your issue, LES. You don't actually care about children, right? You're talking about fetuses. If you cared about children, you wouldn't vote for the party that loosens gun laws after mass shootings in schools. You wouldn't vote for the party that protects pedophiles, both in elected office and on Epstein Island. You would not vote for the party that hates children, just so we're clear. You don't care about children. You're pro-birth. And you're pro-birth because conservatives scammed you guys in 1979 into being pro-birth. They needed more votes because they couldn't say, vote for us if you hate black people. That's what they wanted to say. They really wanted to say it, but they couldn't do it. So they manufactured this issue, and ever since 1979, y'all have been just falling in line. Really, really kind of embarrassing. Anyway, all right, we're going to go to our next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live on weekends doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Didn't Epstein help fund Hillary Clinton's platform? Even if he did, I don't know how that changes that Donald Trump doesn't want to release the list of Epstein's clients. Like where's the connect here? Jeffrey Epstein, bad person. Jeffrey Epstein donates to Hillary Clinton, potentially a bad thing. Donald Trump says, if you care about the release of the Epstein files, I don't want your support. And that's somehow okay? Like, what? Do you think that Democrats, if Bill Clinton was on the Epstein list, do you think Democrats would cape for Bill Clinton? No. We would want him thrown into the sun. I really don't understand. You guys just can't comprehend that we aren't in love with our politicians. We don't have cults built around our politicians. Bro, I don't care if Hillary Clinton's on the list. Shoot her into the sun. Anyway. Any evidence of her helping him? Of Hillary? No, of course not. Absolutely not. But I'm just going by their framework. Even if that were the case, it's just that they can't comprehend. It's like Democrats want justice for everybody that patronized Epstein. Everybody that was a client of Epstein, Democrats want all of them to face justice. Republicans only want Democrats to face justice. That's the difference. Trump administration just transferred a convicted child trafficker to a minimum security jail. Yep. That can't say anything about Clinton since Maxwell said they didn't have any involvement. I don't trust Ghislaine Maxwell, whether she's talking about a Republican or a Democrat. Why would I trust the number 2 to Epstein, who some of the victims said was worse than Epstein? Why would I trust her at all? I don't get it. There's contradicting reports. He also abused the children too. Yes, in a lot of cases, yes. Like, this is like a joke. Like, rather than see the evidence yourselves, you just take the word of Ghislaine Maxwell because it fits your narrative. We being fucking for real? Watergate, not Epstein Gate. What I'm going to be honest. Watergate, I think, wouldn't even break top 20 scandals under Trump. Like, Watergate's not bigger than the fake elector plot. Watergate's not bigger than the Epstein cover up. As a reminder, by the way, it's not even just Pam Bondi in that interview. A lot of people think it's just that interview where she says the list is sitting on her desk right now. No. This is on the FBI's website, the Justice Department website, justice.gov. This is official correspondence. February 27th, 2025. This is from the Office of the Attorney General here at the bottom. It's signed Pamela Bondi. It's to Director Patel. Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I have received 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of clients, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. Where is this list? Democrats want it released, Republicans don't. That's a problem. Anyway. We're going to go to the next guest. Watergate was nothing compared to what is going on now. Yeah. Hi, welcome up. Cryby? Cryby. Euler? They're listening to Maxwell and not the victims. Yeah, because they don't care about the victims. As a reminder, if you support Donald Trump in August of 2025, okay? I'm not talking about people that voted for him, that got scammed, thought somehow he can bring prices down on day one, or thought he could end all the wars. Like yeah, there's window lickers and smooth brains and knuckle draggers that have since learned the error of their ways. But if you still currently, in August of 2025, after seeing everything, support him, you're one of the big four. Racist, misogynist, Nazi, pedophile, or some combination of the four. And so when they don't listen to victims, but listen to abusers, it's because a lot of them are abusers themselves or relate to abusers. It's why they're so willing to defend Donald Trump. At this point, it's not a cult of personality. It's not like Trump is particularly funny or entertaining or personable. No, he can barely finish sentences at this point. They defend Donald Trump because they see themselves in Donald Trump. They see someone who talks like he knows what he's talking about, but doesn't. They see somebody who brags about sexual assault. They see somebody who demonizes groups that don't look like him. Send your heart maze. Yes. Oh, wait, caffeine. Hold on. I saw a message that we could start using to pin. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. If I missed any gifts during the last guest, I do apologize. But thank you everybody that sent the gift. Anyone that sent the gift or sub, I really appreciate it. The only thing I'm asking for though is if you could just make sure that you're following. Double check next to my name. There should be either an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, you got to hit the follow button. Obviously, if you'd like to gift, you're more than welcome to. There's links in bio and stuff like that, but nobody has to. The only thing I'm asking for is you just press a follow. Thank you. Dangerous life he's living. I'm supposed to reset, but I really don't want to reset with 600 people. Okay. Dan, what's your main job? I am a collectibles reseller. Mostly Pokemon cards. Justice for Kylie? Wait, what did Kylie do? All right, we're going to the next guest. Here we go. Thank you for the follows. Hi, welcome up. Steen, hello. You're on the air with Dan Malik. Bueller. I hear you clicking. Are you playing Age of Empires 2 right now? I hear the birds and I hear the clicking. All right, going to our next guest. Age of Empires 2, so specific.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Hi, welcome up.
Oh, shoot. Oh my God, I'm watching Grimm. Hello?
Hi, did you mean to request or?
I did not. I was just listening to all the ranting going on, but do your thing. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you so much. I thought I had a screenshot of what I'm trying to tell Caffeine, but I guess I don't. Okay, anyway. Go to the next. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is Miss Chenandler Bing Bong posted this in Pickle Chat. It says, everyone please send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin and helps boost the stream. I think that's nice and concise. It also allegedly helps protect the stream. So like if you get a lot of heart me's, they're less likely to ban you for reports. I unblocked Kylie. Wait, Kylie got blocked? Is that our Kylie? What's happening? Do we have too many mods? Do we have rogue mods? Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest.
Bonjour.
Hello?
Hello?
What can I do for you?
I have a question for you. Do you believe all women?
In what context?
No, just yes or no. Do you believe all women? When that was a huge Twitter trend.
Oh, so you're referring to in terms of sexual assault or sexual misconduct?
Just misconduct from men in general.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do. Cool. Can you go ahead and Google DC Police Sergeant Whistleblower?
Okay. DC settles with former employee over claims that crime numbers were manipulated. Ever since President Trump's takeover, DC leaders from the mayor on down have been pushing against claims of out-of-control crime, pointing to numbers on its website as proof. Full of green arrows showing crimes dropping. But a lawsuit just settled out of court claims the numbers may not always be what they appear. Even in light of this claim, Mayor Bowser recently told MSNBC, we have spent over the last 2 years driving down violent crime in the city, driving it down to a 30-year low. Over the past year, thank you for showing, we have decreased violent crime by 26%. The year before that, by 35%. According to one-time sergeant turned whistleblower, the numbers weren't always to be trusted in the past. In this lawsuit from 2020, Sergeant Charlotte DeJosu
I can't pronounce her name.
claimed
either.
that MPD routinely misclassified crimes and that districts compete against each other to get the largest reduction in crime stats. That possibility paved the way to promotions and raises. Claimed higher-ups in departments told officers to do so, creating a long history of trying to distort crime stats. So, what's your question?
So, she made that claim in 2020. They just settled it round about August 15th of 2025. Can you also go ahead and Google DC Crime Lab regaining its accreditation?
DC Crime Lab regaining its accreditation.
Accreditation.
Well, I'm still waiting for your point on the first.
Hold on. It's all coming together. Coming together.
Okay. DC Crime Lab regain accreditation. Okay.
Sorry about the background noise. I'm at work.
Mayor Bowser announces accreditation of DC Department of Justice. Department of Forensic Sciences, latent fingerprint unit. Okay. Mayor Bowser announced that the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board, I don't know why I have so much trouble with that, I'm sorry, otherwise known as ANAB, has reaccredited the DC Department of Forensic Sciences, DFS, latent fingerprint unit, LFU. The process included a meticulous review of policies and procedures aligned with best practices. In addition to the accreditation for the LFU, the department's forensic biology and forensic chemistry continues to be accredited by ANAB.
Okay, does that article state why they lost their accreditation?
This one doesn't. No, you have one that does.
Maybe I told you to search the wrong one. But DC Crime Lab loses their accreditation, so you can go back and look at that one. So the ABC 7 News one states that they lost their accreditation due to misclassifying crimes and altering paperwork regarding the crimes. So since I'm not trying to get you kicked off, so I'm going to try to.
I'm just waiting for your point.
So my whole point on this is that DC has two separate incidences where they're misclassifying crimes. They're not following through with actual proper reporting and investigations regarding those crimes, which shows that their crime statistics is not to be believed or trusted, considering the fact that their forensics crime lab has lost their accreditation and they just quietly settled out of news hearings and stuff like that with a whistleblower who was proven right that they were altering crime.
Wait,
so
were they proven right?
Yes.
You have evidence of that?
It's in the news report that I told you to look up.
But no, it says that they settled out of court, right?
Yes.
Settles with a former employee.
And then why did they settle? So if you want to look up the actual Superior Court of District of Columbia, where's that fucking number? Where's the case number?
So I'm still waiting to hear how this has to do with sexual assault or sexual misconduct.
Well, I never said it had to do anything with sexual misconduct. I literally specifically stated when it comes to reporting other people's or men's misconduct, her superior stated to not classify certain things, and it was a man. So it was a man's misconduct that she whistleblew on.
Okay, so if the settlement says that there was actually no wrongdoing, how do you feel about that?
What do you mean no wrongdoing? Wrongdoing on the city or wrongdoing on
the city?
You're gonna need to show that to me. Because why would
Well,
they settle if there
how
was
would
no
you
wrong?
feel about that? Before I show it to you, I like setting the goalpost first. How would you feel about that?
Why would they settle if there was no wrongdoing?
Great question. Would it be not worth their time to fight the lawsuit?
But they fought it for 5 years.
Wait, they fought it for 5 years?
Yeah, they settled
whole
in
time.
August. They fought it since August 15th. Or they settled in August 15th in 2025.
Right. What was going on in those 5 years?
Joe Biden's presidency.
So
I'm not understanding. What do you mean by what was going on in those 5 years? If she whistleblew and started the lawsuit in 2020, there has to be.
Was it given a court date and put in front of a judge? Was the case heard by a judge and jury? Was the case activated? Because you can investigate a case for 40 years if you want to. You can continue cases for 10 or 20. That doesn't mean anything. Almost every major city in this country has what's called an opt-out. When they have a lawsuit or they have any kind of allegation like this, it is cheaper for them to settle a no-fault settlement than it is to fight this. That's it. I'm from LA and I worked in the Justice Department here. If I could list how many cases were settled in LA County from the sheriffs and LAPD, this would look like nothing. Like it averages out to like 10 a month. And it's not that anyone did anything wrong. You cannot afford, the cities can't afford to try all of these cases. It's just not viable. It is cheaper just to settle it. And she probably got 10 grand and lost her job over it and walked away. That's how it works. And you can look all of this up yourself. Look up the statistics of no-fault settlements in major cities all over the country.
I know the statistics on that. The issue is that she was reprimanded and she was fired for whistleblowing.
Here's the problem with what you're doing now. We're talking about victims of sexual assault, which is a crime.
Yeah.
You're talking about whistleblowing within the police department. I don't even know how you're equating the two of them as being the same.
I thought we believed women.
He wanted a gotcha for liberals. Oh, liberals believe women. What about this woman? That's where he was going with that. Even though that's why I asked him the context, because believe all women is specifically in reference to victims of sexual assault or sexual misconduct.
I believe victims until it's proven otherwise. That's how it works. I don't care if the victim is a woman or a man. I believe the victim until it's proven otherwise. That's how the court systems do it. That's how I do it. That's my morals. This is how it works. Prove to me it didn't happen. Because that's how common sense works.
Well, it's common sense to believe people when they're telling the truth.
How do you know?
Oh, wait, chat. That's a good point. I never thought about that. All right, wrap it up. It's common sense to believe people when they're telling the truth.
Yeah, when there's
evidence. So you read minds because you can tell who's telling the truth and who's not.
When there is evidence in clear cases of that person telling the truth, then you should believe them. Correct?
Tell me about the evidence that in clear cases, because I'm talking about trials. I'm talking about victims and perpetrators that are put on trial, and a perpetrator is found guilty.
I know you guys are sitting here thinking that you're proving me wrong or you got me in a gotcha when I wasn't trying to get you in a gotcha.
You're talking about whistleblowers in the police department, my guy.
Can I talk? Can I please talk? I know you guys are trying to get me in a gotcha after you guys think I was trying to get you guys in a gotcha. I understand that. It's called a hook. So back to what I was saying. I'm agreeing with you guys. We should believe victims whenever they tell the truth and we can prove that, they're telling the truth, right? I don't understand why you guys are sitting here going at me about this.
You don't have to prove they're telling the truth. I think you're misunderstanding how guilt works.
I be quiet and I let you guys speak.
No. Yeah,
you can keep being fucking rude and wrong. I don't care. I just want to make that clear.
Erica.
If I want to talk over you, I'm going to.
Hey, Erica.
Hey, Dan. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good to hear. I'm doing well. Kind of tired, but well. Hi, Ange.
Hi, honey.
I think there's something that's being missed. Danny boy, what was the point that you were trying to make by bringing up this lawsuit in regards to the current state of Washington, D.C.?
The current state of Washington, D.C.'s crime statistics have been flawed and broken for the last 5 to 6 years, as with most major metropolitan areas. They continuously lie and change their statistics and change how they classify crimes. A specific case that the sergeant proceeds to tell people during one of her interviews is that during one of the violent assault, again, I'm not trying to get your live taken down. I'm sorry, but I'm just using words, right? I don't mean this to try to like screw you over. I genuinely am trying to do this in like the most TikTok friendly way
Okay.
possible.
He understands. Go ahead. Keep on.
She had to go respond to a violent domestic dispute where a man threw a knife at the woman, but because she saw it coming and dodged, it never made contact with her. So therefore, in the classifications of DC's criminal codes, it should be assault with a deadly weapon. However, because it made no contact with her, her police chief said that it was no longer an assault with a deadly weapon, it is just assault.
Okay, so this is one instance of that occurring, and that basically what you're trying to say is, hold on one moment. Good grief. What you're trying to say is that DC has been fudging the numbers and that their basically purported 30-year low that was recorded in 2024 is not actually true. Is that what you're trying to say? That basically they're lying about the stats?
What I'm
Is that what
trying
you're
to
trying to say?
what I'm trying to point out is that the statistics are lying. And yes, you're right.
But it would
So
still be considered a crime either way. Also, you're charged with what they think that they can convict you on. And if they feel that the case is rocky, trying to convict you on assault with a deadly weapon, then they're going to drop it down to assault and let the DA take it. Because otherwise the DA is going to kick that case right back to the police department. So your argument is really, really, really doesn't make sense. That's how this works.
If you use a weapon in any commitments of a crime, whether you touch a person or not, it is
Based
still
on the statute. If their statute says, if DC statute says that it has to make contact, you can't charge them with a crime unless it makes contact. So do you know what they do in lieu of that? They drop it down. That's it.
So Aang, if that is what you're going to go with, can you prove to me that's what the statute says?
That's what you said. That you know what? I'll look it up for you. In the meantime, it doesn't fucking matter what you think that they should charge them with. What they want to charge them with is what they're going to get charged with as long as it's within that statute. So because you don't like that they didn't go for assault with a deadly weapon, that doesn't make it wrong.
I'm just saying.
Also, it would fall under the same statistic. It would fall under the same statistic. You're talking about an enhancement versus a base crime. Like, it's the same statistic.
Okay, then let's pull up the actual breakdown on the numbers that you guys are touting, that the left is touting for Washington, D.C. And it will not show the same statistic. It is a completely different number underneath their crime reports that they say, which builds their statistics. Assaults with deadly weapons are down in the 30% lower, right? That's the crime stat that they keep touting, is that the assaults with deadly weapons is down, right? However, if they're not reporting or they're not charging people for that crime, obviously it's not going to be represented inside the statistic, right?
They're charging with assault, so they're still being charged with a crime.
It's charged with assault, but an assault can be
it's still a crime. You didn't say whether it was
misdemeanor.
Do you know if it was charged as a felony or a misdemeanor? You're assuming now.
I would have to go back and reread.
Yeah, so you're making an assumption. You have no idea that that's what's happened. Like,
you're saying that it's the same level of crime. Is a felony the same as a misdemeanor?
Assault. So now you're moving the goalpost a little bit, because first it was that the statistics were wrong. Now you're saying, but it could be a misdemeanor. Show me an example where that happened. Because now you're coming up with hypotheticals and have no back to say that is what's happening with those numbers. You're looking for a reason that the numbers are wrong, but prove to me now that the numbers are wrong. Prove to me that scenario happened.
The scenario that I told you about in her interview.
No, what you just said right now.
That they are taking felony charges and dropping them down to misdemeanors?
Yes. But it has to be the exact case that you just said. It has to be that they threw the weapon and it missed her And
you want me to go find that exact
if
charging
you're going
document
to use
for
it as
that?
an example of why the numbers are incorrect, then yes, I need you to go find it. Because otherwise your argument's moot. You're just coming up with bullshit and you can't back it up. You can't prove it.
I am regurgitating what she said in an interview from 2020, and now I have to go all the way back and find that specific.
So what is your ultimate point? Can I just ask really quick? What is your ultimate point? Your ultimate point is that we should be militarizing DC, like Trump is
No,
right.
that's not my point at all.
What is your point?
My ultimate point was to come on here and show people that there are actual lawsuits in a crime lab that lost its accreditation for falsifying statistics and
Wait,
data.
that's not what they lost their accreditation for.
What did they lose their accreditation for?
You don't know, right?
No. What did they lose their accreditation for?
Okay. Pull it up real quick. I pulled it up before. Yeah, it says accuracy issues and mismanagement.
Accuracy issues over what?
Second. I'll read the article for you.
Sorry,
DNA analysis, fingerprints, drug testing.
In regards to what?
I thought I answered that.
No, what are they doing these for? Why are they doing these?
For cases involving DNA? For cases involving...
For crimes.
Yes, for crimes, yes.
The crime lab is not reporting things properly and mishandling evidence and overall lab practices, meaning that they're not registering those results.
You're talking about evidence versus conviction, honey. That what you're talking about would have nothing to do with the statistics.
You keep interrupting me while I'm trying to explain stuff.
Because your arguments suck.
Oh, so we can just interrupt people because you think my argument sucks?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. By the way,
hold on. I have a question. Just real dumb question. So is your goal just to have people come up here, try to have a civil conversation, and then your guests and your chat just push them to have a crash out?
Well, generally speaking, the only time that I would interrupt or maybe another guest would interrupt is if the person is blatantly saying something false. So, kind of, if that's a problem, then like you're asserting something that's not true. So she's interrupting to stop the spread of misinformation.
Stop the spread of misinformation. What have I said that's untrue?
You're making false equivalencies between convictions and evidence that we don't even know were used in a conviction. You're stretching. You are reaching so far. I'm pretty sure you've got to be in pain at this point. Show me a case now where that incident, the conviction was overturned, that would have altered the statistics. You can't just pull something and say this did it, but have no evidence that the two things are connected. Because again, statistics are based on convictions.
And what do you use to get a conviction?
A jury?
What do you need in order to present to jurors?
A jury. You can go in there and say nothing and let a jury rule on it. No.
You're right. You can't do that. You are technically right.
I understand what Danny's trying to imply. Danny's trying to imply that because of inaccuracies in the labs,
which is so bad that they lost their accreditation.
Okay, so if that were the case, right? It was so bad they lost their accreditation. Let's go with your position here. They lost their accreditation in 2001 or 2002, right?
In 2021.
In 2021. So what do you think was happening with the DNA analysis and all of the other stuff that these labs were doing? What do you think has been happening from 2021 till now?
They weren't doing them, or they were sending them off to different crime labs.
They were sending them off to different crime labs. That's right. They were outsourcing them. So if you're saying that Donald Trump's numbers or Donald Trump's justification is because these numbers are wrong, well then the numbers that you're talking about are not current. The past 3 to 4 years, the labs have been the DNA analysis has been outsourced. So are you saying those outsourced places are bad too?
So let me clarify on this. even if Donald Trump's numbers were based off of the ones that were being reported by the news, DC is still nationally higher. It's like one of the 5 or top 10 violent crime cities in this country. So regardless of whether or not those statistics are doctored, and we're gonna steel man my argument. We're gonna steel man my argument since we want to use logical fallacies. We're gonna steel man it. Even if we're gonna go off of the numbers that are being reported and hold those as true and factual, it is still top 10 worst cities in America when it comes to violent crime. So if that is true, how is that any better?
Two things can be correct at the same time. Just because they have violent crime does not mean, I quote Trump, the worst it's ever been. That was his justification for sending in the National Guard. It has never been worse. It's the worst it's ever been. No, it's not. And
it's also not even in the top 10, by the way.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Memphis, Tennessee, Oakland, California, St. Louis, Missouri, Baltimore, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Alexandria, Louisiana, Cleveland, Ohio, New Orleans, Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, Pueblo, Colorado. Not even in the top 10. So.
I think you're thinking major cities. You're thinking major cities. Not
Ryan said somehow no Republican cities are violent. So Ryan, a lot of these cities are in Republican states, and if your argument is that there are no violent Republican cities, I think the problem you're having is that there aren't a lot of Republican cities at all. Because when there are a lot of people and it's not just land voting, usually they vote for Democrats. That's kind of how it works. Like you see other people of different races, and you're more likely to vote for Democrats.
That was kind of his point, is that it's a Democrat-ran city.
Yeah, no, I get. Most cities are Democrat-ran, but most cities are ran by Democrats, right? Those cities in Louisiana, by the way, are not. Let's just to be clear, but most cities are ran by Democrats, and you want to know why? It's just because when there's a lot of people in a city, they're gonna vote Democrat. It's the biggest barrier to people voting Democrat is just they've never met other people before outside of their bubble of misinformation. So you go to a city, you meet some black people, and you're like, oh shit, all right, well, I'm done voting for Republicans. Those guys suck.
So why is everyone leaving California then?
That's not even true. What's everyone leaving California?
We had a net positive 160,000 in LA alone, and I can't remember what the state was. We're net positive right now.
Okay, Samus the Hunter. When I say the word cities, I don't mean literal. I mean like major cities with buildings, skyscrapers, that type of thing. What I'm referring to. I'm not saying like your West Bumblefuck city. Yes, most cities are going to be Republican because random masses of land or have 3 voters are going to be Republican. God.
Okay, let's try this again.
Thank you, Swan.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a neither here nor there. We all understand that cities typically are Democrat because it's a population density, right? Like, I'm not going to argue that.
Right. Higher population density are more likely to vote Democrat. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're 100% right on that.
Cool.
However, back to what I was saying, you're looking at people coming in, right? You're looking at people coming in. I'm looking at people leaving. So in 2021, and it has been hit or miss depending on the months since 2021, U-Haul has not had enough trucks inside of California to leave. So they've been having to bring them in on tractor trailers or on trains in order to get them in, or they're having people literally go out to these smaller rural areas across the state lines and drive them in and then go back and get more and just keep driving them in, because that's how U-Haul works. So why is it that U-Haul and a lot of them, Penetsky, what was that other one? There was another one, I forget what it's called. It's another yellow U-Haul type vehicle. All these trucks, all these moving trucks are moving out of the state and they're not coming back in at a sustainable rate, so they have to send them out. So if the Republican areas suck, then why is everyone leaving California and not enough people are coming in?
You just mentioned only one state, by the way, and Ange just said that California has a surplus.
They have a surplus. They have an air quotation.
I'm missing the point.
What are we talking about here?
So
yeah, wait, did you gloss over the fact that there was a net positive migration to California?
If there's a net positive migration to California, then why has U-Haul not been able to sustain U-Haul operations in
You know,
California?
people move other than U-Haul, right? Like,
There's no
we're
shot.
using
Wait,
U-Haul
I'm sorry.
as a statistic?
Yeah, no. I couldn't follow the argument because I didn't think it was that smooth brained.
Hold on.
You're saying that your argument is that U-Haul is doing badly. U-Haul stock is down, and that means that California.
Not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
So, logistics, right? Logistically, in order to get something somewhere, you have to ship it. Okay?
Huh?
U-Haul operates on the idea that when you move from point A to point B, you're going to leave the truck at point B, and then someone else at point B is going to take it to point C. If no one is coming into point B, how can anyone take those trucks out of point B if there's no trucks at point B? If there's no trucks going into point B, how are they doing that? That is what U-Haul is saying. U-Haul at one point was paying $5,000 a trip for you to go to another state, grab a U-Haul, and come back.
What are we doing? No, seriously,
what I
are
did
we
in
doing?
2021.
What are we doing? Danny, please be quiet. What are we doing here? All right, can
I'm
we get
asking you
back
guys
to
to
his
follow.
original whatever? Shut up. I'm not actually asking you. It's a rhetorical question. This whole entire conversation has been friggin' mind-numbingly, like, just stupid. And I'm not calling you stupid, Danny boy. I'm just saying this whole entire conversation. The point is being entirely missed. Danny boy, what you've been doing this entire time, especially in regards to Washington, D.C., is that you have been quietly and sidestepping your justification for Donald Trump overtaking Washington, D.C., federalizing the police, deploying over 800 National Guardsmen there, allowing them to carry firearms. You're justifying it. Don't interrupt me. I'm not finished. I'm tired of people interrupting me. It's been happening. I don't like it. Stop it. What I'm saying is that you're trying to justify it by saying that the statistics have been fudged by using an unrelated case. You're talking about forensics, dear. All right. Forensics is actually evidence collected from the scenes in which they did test. Now, if they did fudge those, that can play a part in convictions, but it has no bearing on what was reported. There is a complete difference here. You're conflating the two, and you need to stop conflating the two because it's wrong. And I don't want to say this, but you look like a silly pants. So stop doing that. Rework your argument. There is no justification for Donald Trump overtaking Washington, D.C., because Washington, D.C., as reported by the Department of Justice in 2024, had a 30-year low in violent crime. It was down by 30%. And it is still down as of August 8th, because I'm not going to use Donald Trump numbers from today because I don't trust him. But as of August 8th, it was still down by 27% at the same time last year.
Okay, so
it's still going down.
May I speak now?
I'm considering it. Dan, do you have anything you want to say?
No, you can go.
Okay, you may speak, Danny boy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So back to what I was saying, and I love that the reason why
you're going to talk about DC. That's what you're going to talk about. We're not talking about California. That is stupid. We're not doing it. You're going to talk about DC.
Yes, mommy. I will do whatever you want, mommy.
Call me what you got to, but you're going to talk about DC.
Okay, let's go back to DC. I believe all women.
Extreme.
Let's go back to DC since we want to believe all women, right? You completely obfuscated the entire point I made.
I'm sorry, okay, what?
Obfuscated.
That's not a word.
Okay, I'm sorry I have a speech impediment, all right?
I mean, sometimes I mess up words too, but if someone tells me that's not a word, I say, how do you pronounce it? It's obfuscated, but okay. Go ahead, you got it.
Not insulting, but insulting.
Out my damn throat.
I'm really good at it too.
I know, I can tell. You're such a queen.
I sure am.
Has a lawsuit that they settled against a police sergeant who was wrongly terminated for whistleblowing about the improper classification
of being destroyed by stupid people.
So whenever you brought that up, you completely glossed over the fact that a black woman was being wrongly fired and terminated for wanting to uphold the crime or uphold justice against crime in her city. So I love how you're coming at me sideways for my speech impediment. Come on, man. You're calling me silly pants.
What's your speech impediment? That way we won't be. We don't. I don't allow people to make fun of speech impediments. Well, can you tell me what your speech impediment is?
Oh, brother, this guy
What do you mean?
stinks!
Thank you, Kristen. Well, some people have like a lisp, and some people have an inability to say.
Trying to say certain words locks up my jaw because I broke it not too long ago.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. We'll make fun of. We'll not make fun of that going forward. Just wanted to make sure that because that was the first time that I noticed
I
anything.
don't think correcting someone is making fun of them. I'm just gonna be honest.
You did.
But you said you have a speech impediment. I respect it.
You did though.
Okay, if you say so.
See, accountability, kryptonite. Okay, back to what I was saying. Why is it that you glossed over the settling of the police sergeant's lawsuit against Washington, D.C. for her wrongful termination?
Okay.
I didn't gloss over that. They already spoke to that part. They spoke to that part and said that it was one example, and they asked you for evidence that you never actually provided. Did she provide? In that case, hold on one moment. In that case, did she actually provide instances of multiple times that this occurred? Did anyone corroborate what it is that she said? Because I do agree with Ange. I believe all women, all right, even though you're using that out of context, but I do believe people until proven otherwise. And that's typically via a court of law or when additional evidence becomes available. So with you're believing this person. What evidence do you have to support their claim?
The evidence I have is back in 2020, whenever this lawsuit came about, a lot of other cities started coming up and saying, hey, this is happening here with us too.
That's a damn lie.
And you can easily verify that by just going back in time and Googling this. If you would like to, I can go and try to find her interview where she tells you her own personal experiences where she would try to report crimes or try to get charges put onto somebody, and her police sergeant or her police chief said, no, we're not doing that. And this isn't about whether or not the DA will take those cases. It's simply because optically, the police chief has to respond to the mayor of that city. If the mayor wants to have an optic movement, right, to have things look a certain way, he's going to pressure the politically appointed police chief. That's why sheriffs exist for a reason. That's why sheriffs are elected by the people and police chiefs are appointed by either the city council and sworn in by the mayor, or they're appointed by the mayor.
What year? Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I just have two quick things. One, Adam, thank you for the $1. Crime labs obviously must be run by the left because scientists who test the evidence are college educated, and the conservative right generally don't go to college and believe science. Thank you, Adam, for the $1. And then I agree. I'm asking this question as well. I am Shadi from chat. What is Danny trying to prove ultimately? Yeah, that's what I want to know too. Is the goal here to justify the militarization of DC? Is that what your goal is? What's the goal?
As I've stated before, I've stated my goal. You are a large platform. You have 700 people in your stream. 701. Congratulations. That's actually very impressive. I'm very happy for you. First time seeing you, first time hearing about you. You're doing great. This is a large audience, and now everyone's listening to me. Everyone wants to prove me wrong, right? Everyone wants to prove me wrong. Go and look at your local cities and start actually holding people accountable and start requesting all this information, because this has happened in 2020 during Donald Trump's presidency, and I had this entire talking point against the right too. Whenever cities are doing bad, with crime rates going out of whack, they start changing and start reclassifying how people are getting charged. I don't care about Donald Trump. I don't care about Joe Biden. I care about whether or not people can leave their doors unlocked in their neighborhoods, right? I grew up in a very small town in Texas where everyone was a Democrat, and we literally left our houses unlocked. That's where I grew up. That's how I grew up. I moved to Washington State, and you can't even leave stuff in your car. You have to leave everything out of it. You have to leave your windows rolled down but people can look through your car so you don't get your shit stolen. That doesn't make sense to me. I go to Hawaii, same thing. I go to California, same thing. Go to New York, same thing. Why is that happening? Why is that normalized? I don't care about the president. I don't care about Republicans. I don't care about Democrats. I want people, the reason why I'm doing this is that it is a major talking point right now. And there is a clear sign where there was doctored evidence and there was doctored statistics. And I'm telling people to stop believing them and to go look at market trends, which is why I bring up U-Haul. The other market trend I want you to look at is places with high, I'm sorry I'm monologuing, I apologize. Places with large crime rates have a high armed guard industry in that area, right? So if you don't believe the statistics, go look at the market indicators that show a high crime rate. Places that do window repairs, places that do reconstruction on vehicles, places that do like insurance investigations, right? Bail bonds companies. If those are a large market demand in that area, that means that there's a high crime. So,
Okay.
like, I understand that this is like third and fourth order thinking, which is very hard for most Americans to do. But
Hey
I'm just
Dan, I
asking
just
people to
enjoy how
start doing it.
condescending this kid is.
How am I condescending?
What the last sentence you just said was condescending. Did you miss
That
that?
it's third and fourth order discipline, or that it's third and fourth order thinking that most Americans can't do?
That's condescending.
How is that condescending? It's a statistical
Because you're judging
reality.
you're judging people's intelligence.
It's not.
I don't think that you should make fun of people's intelligence levels.
How? Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What is third and fourth order thinking? Explain it to the class.
Sarah, thank you for the $1. Tell Danny that we are doing this in our communities. He seems very concerned that people are doing nothing, but isn't looking into what people are doing. That's a great point, Sarah.
I am looking into what people are doing. I am looking at what is going on. However, both sides are ignoring the reality that these statistics are doctored. Both sides are doing this.
And your evidence of that, here's the problem, okay? When I first heard this, I didn't immediately try to debunk it, right? I literally just looked into it like you asked me to. The problem is not because I trust police, right? It's not like I'm trying to cape for the police or anything like that. I just want to make sure that you're presenting this argument for good reason, right? So when your two data points here, or your two pieces of evidence, one of them is completely irrelevant. The accreditation of the crime lab, completely irrelevant because it's irrelevant because number one, it doesn't necessarily correlate with crime numbers, but number two, and more importantly, for the past 4 years, they've been outsourcing their lab work. So it's irrelevant to the current topic, which is that DC is this crime-infested pirate island or whatever. So then your other piece of evidence, right, is the whistleblower. And in the case of the whistleblower, we're seeing a situation where they did not go to court, and there was a settlement, and they still deny any wrongdoing. So if there was evidence presented by this whistleblower, that's what Ange and Erica were asking for. But that hasn't been something that you've produced.
And you skip around the question every time you do it. Every single time we ask you, what is your point with this? What is the point?
I told you my point.
You told us to look into stuff, to basically ask questions, to third and fourth order, blah, blah, blah. We get it. All right, you want to know how this is going to affect systems and policies. You want to be all meta. We get it. Blah, 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 whatever. Anywho, what is your purpose with this, the actual intent? Because as someone who's had these conversations before, again, you're trying to quietly justify Donald Trump taking over cities, sending in the National Guard, because you don't believe that their crime stats are actually lower.
That's
you
not
believe
what I
that they're
said.
lying. I didn't say that's what you said at all. I said that's what it is coming off as.
Oh.
Based off of conversations that I had before. You're doing this roundabout way of saying that Donald Trump should be in those cities.
Actually, can I just ask a quick question,
Because
Danny
they're
boy?
so violent.
It's a really quick question. Did you vote in the last election?
Yeah.
And who'd you vote for?
Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. Look a bet. Bet.
I'm not taking that bet, Erica.
You're not taking the bet? Come
Nope.
on.
Nope.
Come on. Okay.
I'm not even doing it for odds.
Okay.
All right. Who'd you vote for, Danny?
No, I want to hear what Erica has to say.
I don't have anything to say. The host said he doesn't want to bet.
Who were the candidates of last election?
I don't know. Jim, Bill, and Sally. I can't recall. Answer the question.
Dave Smith.
You voted for Dave Smith? Comedian Dave Smith?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gay libertarian guy?
You threw your vote away. Copy.
Threw my vote away.
This all makes
Wait,
sense.
Dave Smith or Dave Rubin?
Who's Joe Jorgensen?
That was the libertarian candidate in 2020?
Erica, what was Joe Jorgensen's? Well, give me one policy for Joe Jorgensen. Erica.
Wait.
What do we have to do that for?
Yeah.
Because there's a growing just frustration where you guys know
Joe Jorgensen was in 2020. He didn't run in 2024, did he? She? I don't know these people. I'm okay with that too.
Okay, yeah. See, there you go.
I do a two-party system
You guys are
thing.
gonna tell me that I threw away my vote. However, I didn't vote for a senile old man, a woman who kept people
I have a
in
question.
There it is. A woman to no. Go ahead. Let him reveal the misogyny first. A woman who can't what?
Or a woman who kept people in slave labor when she was the fucking.
My God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep people in slave labor.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Erica and Ange take this. I'll be right back, chat.
You talking about our conservation camps? That there's, I think, as of right now, there's about 17,000 inmates in California that are trying to get into this program.
And really quickly, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just before I go to the restroom, Garrett, thank you for the $10. I'm an urban planner. He is completely misrepresenting bail bonds and not considering over-policing and underinvestment in communities. Also, the perception of crime can be higher than the actual crime rates. He's an idiot. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, Ange, go ahead.
Hey, thank you for proving my point. I'm so happy that you proved my point, random guy.
Okay, we get it that he's. We know that you're misogynistic. Like, we get that part. I mean, like, why do we have to continuously go over Kamala's record?
I'm sorry. What did you just say to her?
Said I voted for a woman. That means I'm misogynistic. Got it.
It's exactly, that's why I said we don't have to go over Kamala's like record with you. I don't have to go over that with you. My whole thing is that if you say that you support the libertarian party, then that means that you're all for individual rights and also for smaller government. Then why are you sitting here trying to justify what's happening in DC and what's about to happen likely in Chicago and also in Baltimore? What?
These are red herrings.
It's not a red herring.
These are not at any point what my
Just
argument
because
is
you're
about.
literally not saying the quiet part out loud does not mean we don't hear
You're
you.
making an inference. You're making an inference on what I'm trying to say, though. You're not hearing me.
Okay, then I'm gonna go with this. You're not saying anything then. You're not saying anything that is relevant.
Erica.
Hey, chat, hold on one moment, Danny. I'm sorry, chat, I have a question for you guys. All right, do any of you understand Danny Boy's argument? If you understand his argument, please put a 1 in the chat. If you do not understand his argument and think he's just up here yapping, put a 2 in the chat. Let's see how many we get.
You're gonna get a biased response because everyone here wants to be here.
All 731 people you think just want to be here?
So how many of them actually know what it is that I'm saying?
Let's see. Look, we have all of these 2s. No one understands your friggin' argument because your argument makes absolutely no sense and it's irrelevant. Dan has already told you that it's irrelevant. And again, I'm saying to you, I just wish you say the entire thing with your chest instead of like going around in these darn going circles. This is just silly at this point.
Okay. Back to. I am telling you to look at market.
Also, shout out to Gucci for the $5. I appreciate you, Gucci.
Oh, I'm sorry, Erica. Do you wanna?
It's okay. Oh no, I just shout out Gucci. Thank you.
So it also seems this is going to be a little bit disingenuous, but I think I earned it. It also kind of seems that you don't really understand statistics anyway, because you're advocating for voting for a third party. If you knew anything about first past the post system that the United States has, and election trends, like you want to use the word market trends, you'd know that you threw your vote away with a third party.
I didn't throw my vote away during the presidential election between Joe Jorgensen, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. The third party candidate was actually getting shouted out on and talked about in a major across the news. That hasn't happened. That didn't happen for Gary Johnson. That didn't happen for the guy before him. It never happened except for when Joe Jorgensen was actually making sensible points and bringing up the fact that she was the only brain doctor who was actually a business owner and a low-income person at some point and became where she was now.
Okay, right? I don't know why you brought up 2020. I asked you about 2024, but okay.
That's what I said.
Because I already explained that. So once again, you guys... didn't. I said that the third-party candidate in 2020 was making major news waves across the media world.
Oh yeah, real major.
She was actually having.
Can you just be like forthcoming and tell us who the fuck you voted for in the last election, like, and not go in circles? It's weird.
He said Dave Smith. Dave Smith wasn't a presidential candidate. Right? Didn't you say Dave Smith?
He did say Dave Smith, and you asked him, did he mean Rubin?
Yeah,
Dave Rubin was not a presidential candidate.
Neither was Dave Smith, to my knowledge. So you did throw your vote away. So even if we want to say that Joe Jorgensen had a chance,
let's go with that.
Okay.
Let's just say that I threw my vote away, even though my vote matters.
May I take some liberty here, Dan? Please, may I take some liberty? Hey, can just one person send me a corgi? Because I said it wrong. Because Sean is still here. I forgot. It's corgi. Hey, look, Danny, I said corgi wrong, and then I corrected myself and laughed at myself. Ain't that something?
She cooked in South Dakota.
Dogs.
Bitch, I'm a dog.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs.
Bitch, I'm a dog. Bitch, I'm a dog. I love saying that. It's so much fun.
Dan,
can I have some liberty, please?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
I was waiting for it.
Second night here, and I love this room. Thank you so much for joining. Believe it or not, we've been live. We just celebrated our 1 year anniversary. But those that are here for the first time, I appreciate it. George Jorgensen really cooked in South Dakota, chat. 2.6%. That's pretty good.
She did that.
South Dakota.
I'm sorry, Dan. I give you permission to come in the middle of a conversation, a civil discourse, a heated exchange, or a decent discourse, and just do what you want to do. You're still a mod.
No, you're good. That conversation ran its course very clearly. I mean, we're talking about somebody who says, don't trust any of the statistics. Trust U-Haul.
Yes. Don't trust stats, but, trust the market. Trust market trends.
Yeah.
When did U-Haul become the only company that moves now? We're not using anybody else, moving companies. I don't know.
He forgot about Hertz and budget.
Yeah, it was just mind-boggling to me that was actually his point. Dude, that is a misinterpretation of my argument. No, I get your argument. Danny boy, your argument was U-Haul reported that there were more pickups from California than there were drop-offs. And so, like, in your mind, that is more accurate somehow than, what's it called? Than the stats that are reported by any of the governments. Now, listen, if you want to have a healthy distrust of governments, that's fine. But that stat alone is not proof of anything. Congratulations, Dean, on 2 weeks smoke-free. That's awesome.
Hey, congratulations.
Surely that wasn't his whole argument, right? I believe it was Rocket Surgeon, unless I missed something.
I don't think anyone knows what his whole argument was at this point. I think Erica's super, super on point with where he was trying to go with it, and I think he got called out for it and then bitched out.
Yeah, he didn't stand 10 toes down on the fact that he agrees with Donald Trump militarizing DC. That's the whole point of him First of all, when he came up, the first thing he said was, you believe all women, right? So already, that's like, I know he's going to gaslight us and say, "Oh, well, it wasn't a gotcha." The point was he wanted it to be a gotcha against liberals because liberals had this motto, as he put it, back in the Me Too era of believe all women. But the context is why I said, well, what is the context? Because the context is in terms of victims of sexual assault or misconduct. But he tried to use it so that I would have to believe this whistleblower.
Yep.
Weaponizing that to prove a point is literally inhuman. Thank you. Yes. Dude wanted to own the live so bad. Yeah, literally. He went from attacking Democrats to saying, "I'm from a Democratic city. I love them."
But then he says that he's a libertarian, and they definitely believe in smaller government and non-intervention and a bunch of other stuff, and I don't get it. Like,
it wouldn't make sense with what is happening in DC right now.
exactly, and what's about to happen in Baltimore and Chicago and other black cities. Also, does Donald Trump have something against Brandons? Think about it.
Okay, well, mayor of Chicago is named Brandon, right?
What's
And
the
then,
mayor of Baltimore? What's his name?
no, Westmore?
Westmore.
No, that's the governor.
Oh, that's the governor. Oh,
The
is it also
mayor of
Brandon?
Baltimore. Yeah, Brandon Scott.
I never put it together.
Yeah, something against Brandons.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, okay. I gotta give Westmore some name recognition credit here because multiple people just assumed that it was Westmore. So if we're looking for 2028 candidates that aren't named Gavin Newsom, I think let's go, Brandon. Yeah.
I know, right? Neely, me too. I was gonna do a video, but then like, you know how I feel about content. I actually filmed it. It's in my drafts. I should just do it. But yeah, does he have something against Brandon's? Because that man's not right. Like, yeah. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, hey guys, let's repurpose that. Let's reclaim it. Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm with that. I mean, I always thought, like, when I first heard the situation with Let's Go Brandon, I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. And then they really fucking ran with it. Like, it was funny for one singular day. Just
yeah.
And then they were like, oh, it's their motto forever. Okay, interesting.
It was so weird. So weird.
And then they started merchandising it and wearing it.
Yeah. And some people were, less were more open about what it means, and they would put like fuck Joe Biden or FJB, right? And my question is just like, why do they want to fuck Joe Biden so bad? I just
That was I'm gonna say for the same reason that Grinder broke during the RNC. So
yeah, whenever the GOP's around, Grinder is down.
Ashlyn, to my knowledge, this is what happened. They were at like NASCAR. They were reporting on NASCAR event or something. I don't know. I'm already not a sports person and damn sure not like NASCAR person, but they're reporting on like a NASCAR event, and there was a chant of people saying fuck Joe Biden, which is, I guess they really wanted to have sex with that guy, but whatever. There's a chant of people saying fuck Joe Biden, and then the announcer was like, oh look, they're saying let's go Brandon, because I guess the driver's name was Brandon. So like that moment was funny in my opinion. As a liberal, I thought that was funny. But when they made it their motto for life, it became extremely unfunny. Holy shit! Like grade school level shit. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'm gonna go record my chant right now before someone takes my idea. It's not that often that I have a good idea.
Yeah, definitely record, because you never know who's. Ever since you said that, we lost 50 viewers. So I think there's people out there recording their video. You should
record my video. No, it's mine. All right, thanks for having me, Dan. Have a great night, Ange.
Good night. I'm gonna drop out too.
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
Legalized comedy. Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. They think it's a Democrat conspiracy to censor fuck Joe Biden. Yeah, in reality, I'm pretty sure it was just the announcer had no reason to believe that they were saying fuck Joe Biden. Like, where does a fuck Joe Biden chant come from out of nowhere, right? So anyway. Okay, we are going to, I didn't even know that's where it came from. I can see how it'd be funny in the moment. Like, that moment was funny. Like, that clip was funny. They saw one thing funny in their whole life because conservatives are so starved for anything funny, and really ruined it. Really just kicked it into the ground because they've had 3 jokes for the past 30 years. It's did you just assume my gender? That was the peak of conservative comedy. Oh my god. Did you just assume my gender? Was like, that was their like their Sermon on the Mount. Conservative comedy is so cringe. Yeah. Oh yeah, the blue-haired liberal, don't forget attack helicopter. Yeah, I identify as an attack helicopter. They're still using it, of course. Because the thing is, and if you look at like conservative, like comedians, right? The problem with conservative comedy is that it involves like punching down, and good comedy is usually about punching up. And so that's why like we have people like Bill Burr that are a lot funnier than I can't even name conservative comics because they're so. Does Joe Rogan even do comedy anymore? Anyway. All right. We're on to the next guest. We're punching yourself like Nate Bargatze. I love Nate. He's so funny. Roseanne Barr. Oh my god. Yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe is a good example. Yes, Tony Hinchcliffe is a great example of punching down. Shane Gillis. I am very on the fence about Shane Gillis. Okay, I genuinely believe he's like a liberal. Like he makes fun of MAGA a lot. He just kind of makes fun of everybody. So I'm on the fence about Shane Gillis. I don't think he's a closeted lib. I think he's legitimately a lib. He just doesn't call himself a lib. I haven't seen enough to make me say, "Ooh, that's too problematic." I think Shane is Nate conservative. I don't think so. I would be shocked. Dave Chappelle obviously fell off. And like you can even see the fall off in real time. It's like as the hate grew over his heart, he just got less funny. Shane is my favorite Trump impersonator. Yeah, I have a soft spot for Shane Gillis for sure. Neil Brennan is still funny. I haven't seen Neil Brennan in a while. The people that I've watched recently are Shane Gillis, Nate Bargatze, Bill Burr, Jim Brewer. Ooh, that's a throwback. Andrew Schultz. Do you know how often I used to, but in like my first 2 months of streaming, I got like so many messages calling me the LGBTQ Andrew Schultz, and I had no idea how to take that. I'm assuming it was from the same person on different accounts. Chappelle watched his own fall off, which is crazy. Yeah. Shane Gillis is right adjacent. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he rips into MAGA too much for me to like assume that he's right. Ever watch George Carlin? Yeah. I like George Carlin. I liked Richard Pryor. Although very very different comedy styles. I used to like Louis C.K. Obviously, there's been a lot of issues over the years. Gillis is just problematic. I guess I haven't seen enough problematic stuff from Gillis to have like washed my hands of him. You even listen to Matt and Shane podcast to see him live? No, I usually just see clips. They pop up. He's a moderate Republican, if that's the thing. Gillis? Shane wants it both ways. He tries to balance it so MAGA still watches his specials and buys tickets. Ah, I see what you're saying. Louis C.K. was my favorite before he was a creep. Well, yeah. Don Mulaney, always funny. Okay, here's my hot take. Don Mulaney stopped being funny when he got sober. That's not me saying he shouldn't have got sober, okay? Not me saying he shouldn't have got sober. But he kind of fell off when he got sober. Okay, we're going to the next guest. I love you all. Thank you for watching the live. We are going to go maybe another 45 minutes, and then we're going to call it. So make sure that you're following if you like this content. Just right next to my name, there should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval, that means you're not following. Press the red oval. Now, that being said, I want to thank everybody that has supported the live, and that goes from people who have sent like Venmos, to people who have sent gifts, to people who have subbed, all the way down to people who just send the daily heart me, which is one penny, or the people that are just tapping the screen. I appreciate that too. The people that share the live, I appreciate that. And even the people that are just listening to the live while folding laundry, I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you all so much. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Even subscribers, even subscribers. Me literally doing laundry. Hi, welcome up. Bueller. Okay. Kristen, thank you for the roses. And Nikki, thank you for the roses. Incoming copyright strike. Still beats the debate too. Oh, that's fun. Okay. That was the Age of Empire 2 guest. Oh, damn. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
Hello.
Nigger.
Right. Most coherent maggot. If any of the mods saw who they were, feel free to block them. Tanner, lo-fi debates is crazy. You want to know something? I got to pull something up for chat, okay? I got y'all. This right here, if you need something to do your homework to, or to do some busy work to, or whatever, Bernie Sanders' 8.5-hour filibuster, but it's lo-fi.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President.
Okay, well, we can't watch it because it's 8.5 hours, but I just figured I'd that out because I know y'all would be big fans of that. Dan, you couldn't waterboard this info out of me?
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Diana. How many post offices does he rename by the end of it? I don't know. We can't watch it because it's 8 hours. Dan, who's had 11-hour lives. I had one 24-hour live, actually. But yeah. 2025, and I still say we fumbled Bernie. Yeah, I agree. But we've had a lot of fumbles. I mean, Hillary would have been so much better than what we had. Kamala would have been so much better than what we had. Al Gore, the Al Gore fumble was generational. Trump supporters thought what? Oh yeah, Ashland. This was a poll back in 2016, so I'm sure this number's higher now. Why was it saved to your playlist, Stan? Was it? I want to restart for some maggots. I wasn't trying to go live too long tonight anyway, so we could just round it off. We have a few more people in the box. Democrats should have fought harder for Gore. I mean, I don't know what more we could do after the Supreme Court. Like, I mean, I guess we could have did an insurrection at the Capitol, maybe. Smeared shit on the walls. I say we like I wasn't 10 years old. I couldn't have done anything. But I found your page from the 24-hour live. Oh, awesome. Okay. Who we got? Here we go. Hi, welcome up. Mikey. Is that like Mikey? Bueller. Bush's bro shouldn't have been anywhere near that recount. Yeah, I mean, I think the conflict of interest is insane. Where the state that is pretty much the closest it's ever been, and maybe ever will be, the recount is being oversaw by George Bush's literal brother. All right, what's up?
China number one. China number one.
What's happening?
China number one.
Dan, fuck me, nigger, 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 nigger.
Well, fortunately for me, he commented so I can block him. You voted for Trump. You voted for the same party as that guy. Why do they love that word so much? Because they love that it hurts people. For Trump supporters, that's all about the cruelty. Most of them literally voted for Trump to own the libs. Like, let's keep it fucking for real. But they won't say that in person in front of a black person. Yeah, of course not. They are soft as baby shit, just like their leader.
Hello?
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I just wanted to get on real quick. I voted for Kamala. I voted for Biden. I'm not Republican at all, but I just had a question for you. It seems like it's way too easy for misinformation to go around. Do you think there's a way that government could step in and try to regulate stuff? I know it's kind of like it's not easy to do without like possibly infringing on First Amendment rights, but I feel like there's got to be a way to like be able to strike down any like blatant misinformation that's going out there because it's kind of tearing this country apart.
Yeah. So if we could, there's a few things here. Bringing back the fairness doctrine. Thank you, Ravioli. Would be one step in the right direction. Additionally, disclaimers underneath things that are either AI generated or either like blatantly debunked would be cool. The problem that's going to be proposed is like, okay, well then who determines truth? Because right now it's no longer a situation where Democrats and Republicans agree about problems but disagree about solutions. It's a situation where Democrats and Republicans disagree about reality. And so Republicans don't want to stop misinformation. In fact, we see Donald Trump trying to edit history to fit his narrative in regards to the Smithsonian and everything of that like. So like if we were to implement, let's say we implement some like independent fact-checking department that can censor fake news, and then 77 million people have rocks for brains and decide to vote in someone like Donald Trump again, well then they can start censoring the real news, and so we're cooked. Yeah, it's really, really, really tough. We need, yes, Malik, actually, I think we need to hold the media accountable for the propaganda they've spread. So the media, it's not even just that, Malik, okay? Because not all the media spreads propaganda, blatant propaganda, but a lot of them, because they're watching their bottom line or watching their backs or whatever it is, have something like a false equivalency between two candidates, right? So it shouldn't have come to a random guy on TikTok like me to watch the debate and point out that Kamala Harris lied 7 times versus Donald Trump lying 60 times, right? So when you have CNN saying, well, here's a fact check of both sides, and we have them saying, well, you know, that both sides have an issue with blah, 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 blah. It really, really, they sane wash Trump. That's another really good one. Like it really does a disservice. And even if it's not blatant propaganda, like pro-Trump propaganda, listening to his speeches and not saying, okay, that was incoherent, actually, like that alone is propaganda. When you say that Democrats. So like Jake Tapper, for example, wrote a book about Democrats hiding Biden's like dementia or whatever. If we're not going to talk about how Donald Trump has been sundowning for the past like 8 years straight, then even if you're not blatantly lying in favor of Trump, you're still participating in propaganda. And that's a lot of this I'm levying at CNN specifically. So yeah, I think a big part of that is because media companies their goal is to make money. It's not actually to spread the truth. Now, obviously, independent journalists do, that is their goal, to report, and they try to be as accurate as possible. But those companies really, really want to make money. And so to do that, you need panels of, 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats or whatever on their little table, and then they go back and forth. But like the reality is, when the 4 Republicans are just lying and the 4 Democrats are just telling the truth, and then it's like it's up to the viewer to decide, that's an issue. That is not conducive to holding liars accountable. So thank you, Malik, for bringing that up. I do think it's a really big problem, and I actually don't know how we solve that problem. I think the media is complicit in certainly his 2024 election. One can argue that they were complicit in his 2016 election because they gave him a lot of free press, and any press is good press or whatever. But in 2024, the blatant trying to appear neutral, the blatant like equivocating between Kamala and Trump, it was beyond the pale, in my opinion. I think it really, really made it so that Trump seemed like an actual valid candidate. In reality, if media companies were reporting the truth, every single state news segment that they would open with would have been attempted coup d'etat leader Donald Trump said this at a rally, right? Like every single moment, they should remind everybody that he attempted a coup. He tried to install fake electors to be selected by his vice president against the Constitution so he can remain in power. Every single time, that should have been brought up. The fact that I started going live because most of my peers had never even heard of the fake elector plot was absolutely insane. Maybe. Sorry, Bryce. Did you have any final thoughts?
Nothing else really. I guess another component of it is just there's so much out there and there's not a lot of time to stay informed. Like me, myself, I work a full-time job in engineering. I also have a side hobby in music. And then the very little time I have left is when I tune into lives like this and rely on someone like you who has more time to accurately sift through all the information. But most people, they don't have time to do that, or they do, but they're too distracted by all the rampant consumerism that has plagued this country. So, yeah, I guess that's really it. Sorry, I didn't really have much to debate you on, but it just seemed like there was some discourse and conversation needed, so I thought I would just chime in.
No, you're good, man. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, appreciate everything you do, Dan.
Have a good night.
You as well.
All right, y'all. This is your 15-minute warning. We are going to wrap up the live with the next 15 minutes. So I'm going to try to get through everyone in the box as quickly as possible, and then we're going to do a raid after that. So for those of you that have been here the whole time, I really appreciate it. Those of you that are just swiping in, I really appreciate it. What's the scoreboard on the question tonight, Dan? I didn't ask the question tonight because tonight's debate didn't have to do with Epstein at all. But currently the scoreboard is at 7-1-1. For people that are wondering what the scoreboard I'm referring to, so we asked 9 Trump supporters. We asked 9 of them. We asked 9 Trump supporters if the election were held again, everything is the same, okay? Same policies, same debate, same economy, same interviews, everything. Everything's the same. The only difference is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for? We asked 9 Trump supporters this question. The 9th one, the most recent one, said they would vote for Kamala. He was the combo breaker. I think it was the 7th or 8th one, said he would still vote for Trump, which is insane. But all of the other ones said they wouldn't vote. So seven people would rather not vote, allow a child rapist to win, than vote for a black woman. Obviously, the person that said they would still vote for Trump, like scum of the earth, clearly. Those 2 people should be on a watch list. Wait, what do you mean those 2 people? I think 8 of those 9 people should be on a watch list. 8. And I'm gonna be honest, the 9th guy didn't really convince me, but PragerU being legitimized is insane. I remember being warned about them in Florida when I was in high school. Yeah, bro, I'm telling PragerU they're really good at presenting themselves like legitimate information. Because I remember when I was growing up, okay, I was 17-ish. Like PragerU would come up on my, I don't know, they didn't have like a For You page back then, but like on YouTube recommendeds back in the old days of YouTube, okay, when the YouTube icon was like a little TV. And like I watched a couple and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. And then I got to one where they said like the Civil War wasn't about slavery, it was about states' rights, and I was like, oh wait, hold on. And then I stopped watching them because I realized that it was actually like propaganda. But that's back when the YouTube alt-right pipeline was in full swing. I mean, it was a time, that's for sure. Like the Frederick Douglass vid they had years ago, worse than the Christopher Columbus one. I want to debate. Okay, say less, Fortnite. Oh, sorry, Fortniter. Hi, welcome up.
Nigger faggot, nigger faggot, nigger faggot, nigger.
3 in a row.
Hey, Dan.
Hi.
So I'm gonna jump off really quick because I'm not like a brain dead Trump supporter, but I just wanted to say, just to add on to the previous discourse that you went on. Also, I guess it would be helpful if there would be a way to be more transparent about who supports who, because it's like if you watch Fox News, they're owned by a corporation. So if you let's say have a news network owned by McDonald's, they're not going to talk about trans fats, right? I mean, that's an old talking point, but they're going to talk about why eating Big Macs every day isn't good for you. They're going to talk about like lettuce. They're going to talk about where their cheese comes from. They're going to talk about where they get their fries and everything. And then also that applies to MSNBC and like CNN. They're also owned by a corporation. So if that also applied to like candidates, you like kind of like in like racing, like how they all have who sponsored that racing team or whatever, right? People would be able to say, hey, these people are owned by like Super Mega Evil Corp. These people are owned by I wanna unalivebabies.com, right? And then like you would be able, because that's what the Republicans like exploit. They exploit the fact that all this is so murky. And I didn't know who Rupert Murdoch was until I found that out. So if that level of transparency, were there, it would make it easier for people to be like, hey, I don't like that like Nestle, who like forces women to get addicted to baby formula, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But like, if I don't like that those people are sponsoring this candidate who then gets asked questions about global warming and about the climate crisis, and obviously is going to obfuscate. So that's another thing I would probably suggest too.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting suggestion. I don't know if there'd just be a disclaimer once a day or once an hour or something that this news company is owned by blah blah blah. That is interesting. You did remind me of something though. For those that haven't heard this before, there's a company called Sinclair Media, I think, that owns like 90% of local news, and of course, you guessed it, they are right wing. I think that is also a large part of the country's ability to go from someone like Barack Obama to Donald Trump, is that usually we expect a little bit of bias from places like CNN and Fox or whatever. But Sinclair Broadcasting, thank you. But like your local news is supposed to be relatively honest. John Oliver had a great segment. Yeah, that's where I heard about Sinclair Media. Actually, was from John Oliver.
Just really quick, one other thing. I saw somebody mentioning in the comments that they said that sometimes women can't breastfeed, and that's totally valid. So I apologize, and I acknowledge that point too. But the point is, if you have a corporation that forces people to use their products sometimes against their will, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make a point for or against breastfeeding. That's not a point for me to make. So I apologize if I stepped on anybody's toes for that.
I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with what you said. You have any final thoughts?
I would just probably say that maybe if there could be like, it's just me spitballing, but if there could be like a commission or like a department that forces candidates to do that, that would be like, I guess, impartial. But I guess that's, pie in the sky type stuff. That's it.
All right, man. Thank you for coming up.
See ya, man.
No, Nestle ran really inhumane experiments that got women's babies addicted to the product. Ah, that's what he was referring to. Cat, I do not believe that sale bail person. I am like 95% sure they're going to come up and slur. Like, to the point where I think I'm about to block them preemptively. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna persecute them for thought crimes, and I'm gonna block them. That's how confident I am. So confident that person's gonna slur. Yeah, get fucked. Okay, block them. Just look at their story. I can't see it from my end, but sounds like I made the right decision. Yes. You have a question for chat? Okay, wait. Let me finish the guess. Yes, hold on. Mac has a question for chat. 1 second. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry. Are you more of a leftist or a Democrat?
Whatever AOC is what you can call me. If you think she's a leftist, then I'm a leftist.
Okay, so are you in pretty much general agreement with Newsom being a little more aggressive in his new tactics that he's doing?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, me too. So, not wanting Republicans to win, I think I want to get your opinion on this. I hear echo. I don't know if you do.
Oh, I'll mute. Go ahead.
Okay. I think we need, as Democrats or people that just don't vote for Republicans, that don't want to be in power, we need to go after one of the main bases of the Republican Party, which is the Christian nationalists, which are really Christian white nationalists. And I think one way to do it is to try to separate conservative right-wing Catholics from conservative evangelicals, because the two groups inherently really don't like each other that much or trust each other that much, but they vote the same in this country. And I want to get your opinion on that. Do you think that's a little too aggressive to do that? And I think the way to do it would be to show traditional evangelicals, especially white evangelicals, that the Republican Party is really being controlled by right-wing Catholics right now. And that 6 of the justices appointed to the Supreme Court by Republicans are all Catholics. What do you feel?
I feel like if we could, I don't think this is something that Democrats should be doing. But if we could hire some bots like Republicans do to just sow that discourse online, I'd be all for it. All for it. Well, I mean, then you don't have to hire the bots. Obviously, bots would be programmed. But I'm saying like you could hire just random people, like with the way Russia disseminated not just disinformation, but like strife in Americans. Like when we found out about Russia getting involved in our elections, the information that was the types of talking points that they were disseminating online were all like about BLM or about topics that abortion, about topics that like people have really strong opinions on, so they would start this conversation that would lead to everyone hating each other. So like, I like the idea of some Democratic bots or whatever just ripping the Christians apart. Yeah, sure, I'm all for it, but I don't think that's something that like our candidates should be talking about.
Really? Why? I mean, why not? We can't, as long as it's true. Right?
Well, because I would be more comfortable with our candidates talking about how like they're not actually supporting the Republicans don't support Christian ideology. Like if our candidates talked about Jesus Christ a little bit and how like, you know, Jesus wouldn't be for these deportations. You know, Jesus said, "Welcome the stranger," and heal the sick, and all this stuff. Whereas, like, if we start saying like, "Oh well, Christian evangelicals stop voting because it's the Catholics that are in charge of the Republican Party," like, I don't know, it feels weird. But I'm not a political strategist, and I don't know enough about religion to even answer this.
Okay, all right, I get you. I respect that. Whenever I raise the issue, that's pretty much what I get coming back from people, you know, center to center left. They just feel it's too cringy or we're not like that. But we have to do something because the fact that Trump can win twice, even though he ran against 2 women at the time and sexism was a big reason he won, we can't, the people that the Democratic Party protects, we can't just let them, you know, be vulnerable to a Republican takeover, you know? And if we have to fight a little harder, fight fire with fire, as long as we're being honest, I don't see what the problem should be.
Hold on, Malik. I agree with you. So Malik is saying that like white Christian nationalists are like a much smaller voting bloc than non-voters, which is what I've said we should target. But I don't think you're not saying that we should convert them. You're just saying we should get them to stop fucking voting for Republicans. Pretty sure.
Yeah. The
like,
same way Trump has gotten so many black males. It's not by a huge number, but he saved them off.
Oh, I don't think we're getting those votes. But if we can get them to not show up to the polls, which is right. By the way, this is how much I've changed over the past year. Like back when I first started doing these things, I said, you know, if after watching these lives for the next 30 nights and learning all the information and doing your own research, if you still believe that Donald Trump is the best candidate, then I want you to go out and vote because I believe in democracy and the right to vote is something that we take for granted, blah, 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 blah. No. If you're going to support a fascist, I want your car to break down on the way to the poll. So that's where I am now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't anticipate us being able, we just need to confuse and dismantle them. Yeah, that I would agree with. I don't think we'd be able to leech off many evangelical voters, particularly.
No. Just get them not to vote. The way, you know, they've gotten enough black males not to vote that, you know, it helped Trump win again. You know, they're like that.
Yeah.
And if I don't think people realize how right-wing Catholics really are very right-wing and have a very serious influence on our politics. You know, Timothy McVeigh was a right-wing Catholic. You know, obviously we know about Project 2025 and what's the group behind
Heritage
it?
Foundation.
Yeah,
but I don't know if the thing is like I don't want that to be. I don't think that's rooted necessarily in Catholicism. It's more an ideology that that's specific to Christians in the United States. So like, it feels weird trying to like demonize Catholics. In that regard, I'd rather just
right-wing Catholics. I made sure to say.
No, I get what you're saying. Like I'm totally cool with sowing like discord. Yeah, exactly. Within the different Christian communities in the United States, making it so that they don't support Donald Trump. Yeah, or Republicans, but yeah. Anyway.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Project 2025 is not Catholic. Yeah, I thought it was evangelical too, but maybe some of the writers were. I don't know. I don't know enough about all the different branches of Christianity, and I grew up Orthodox, so really not familiar with them. But okay. I don't know if Emmy was requesting from before or Emmy.
Oh, hey, sorry, I did not mean to request at all.
Oh, you're totally fine.
I did not realize I had.
All right. Mac has a question for y'all. Want me to ask it? Okay. Dan, do you ever look in the mirror and think about how lucky you are to have Mac? Yes. Every day. Convince them not voting makes them morally superior to conservatives. Yes. Oh, that's such a good idea. Because then they'll be like, "Yo, well, I don't endorse this thing that Trump is doing." So like try to get them to have the try to make them the Jill Stein virtue signalers, you know? Anytime you say everything or nothing, you lost the argument. So like that would be great if we had two functional parties, but we only have like one semi-functional party and then the other one they're just wrong about everything. If you disagree with it, you could just tell me one thing that Republicans are right about, that conservatives are right about. They're leaving. Hurry up. I endorse everything Trump is doing. Can't wait till the criminals are locked up. Dems are toxic. Justin, were you aware that 75% of the people that were kidnapped and sent to CCOT had no criminal records? Is that okay with you? Neely, why are you blocking the wrong people? You just blocked Noodle. I think we need a mod re-education course or something. That's two separate. That's just two separate like longtime viewers. That's hold on, I'll screenshot it for you. Moderator Neely, block Noodle. And something is off. Free Noodle. A mod re-education campus. Neely hacked. Is Neely an undercover op? Can someone in Discord like at Noodle and tell them that they've been unblocked? Rip Noodle gone too unexpectedly. Neely, I'm not mad by the way. Did Noodle reply to the cat bot too? Probably, yeah. That gets mods a lot when like somebody replies to the person that needs to be blocked. I've come to warn you about the dangers of AI. Awesome. You don't want my face to give away how I feel? Okay. All right, hold on. I have an answer. Okay, so she has a question, but she doesn't want my face to give away my position. Okay. What's your question? Yeah, I'll do the poll.
Okay.
No, you have to.
Okay. Words. Talk word. Talk. Okay. So my question is, putting your tennis shoes on. You put your socks on. Sock. Shoe. Or shoe. 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 Sock. Shoe.
Okay, so laughing emoji. Hold on, let me put up the poll. We're gonna do laughing emoji for sock, shoe. Crying emoji for sock, shoe. Okay? Laughing emoji, sock, shoe. Crying emoji for sock, shoe. As you can see, my position is the non-psychopathic position.
Wow.
Based on the votes that have already come in. Yeah. Laughing emoji is sock, shoe. Crying emoji is for potential serial killers. Just see, they didn't even see my face. It was a blowout. That was a landslide.
Okay, I have the right to defend my.
That was a red wave. Go ahead, defend yourself. Yeah. You gotta talk into the mic.
It is sock, shoe, and I have good reason, good cause. First of all, have your sock on one foot already bent. that side. So go ahead and put the shoe that side. Other reasoning that you put your sock on and have to put it back down on the ground. Other sock on. I feel like I might have converted.
Huh.
So that's
So
more than you.
so for those that were like, oh, you know, Dan, you're so lucky. Like now you get why. Like it balances out a little bit. My why you got shoes in your room? Oh. No, sorry, Matt. Yeah. No, Dan, don't let her convince you otherwise. Oh no, I won't. I'm stubborn. Run the poll again after argument. Sock, shoe.
Yeah.
I put my socks on and then I put my shoes on. Okay. It shows how few people are efficient and why there's only a few managers per business. Oh, okay, all right. Do you walk through your house with your shoes on? She does actually. Oh my god! Like she'll get home and just keep her shoes on for hours. It drives me crazy. Welcome back, Noodle. Don't forget to follow. I'm sorry about the rogue mods. Oh my god, Brittany said Israel does that, but I read that as like the country of Israel does that. I'm like, yeah, that's something Israel would do. Shoes don't even belong in the house. Thank you. Yes. Oh my god. I'm not wearing. What are you talking about? Dan, you're like 8 minutes over the stop time. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Hi, welcome up.
Yo,
What's up?
well, yeah, first of all, it's definitely sock, shoe. But yeah, I would consider myself a conservative. I have a question about social welfare programs, and I guess I could start with this. Would you say that people have the right to food, water, and shelter?
Personally, philosophically, yeah, I think so.
Do you think that the government? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my little box stopped going blue. Do you think that the government should enforce this right to food, water, and shelter?
Ideally, yeah.
Okay, what do you mean by ideally? What's like the situation where they shouldn't enforce it?
Well, I'm just saying it's very difficult. Like we haven't had a society yet where that's completely granted to all humans, but that's what I would appreciate, that all humans have the right to food, water, and shelter. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think like the government position should be that people have the right to food, water, and shelter, or do you just think that's like a good ideal to chase after?
Well,
I'm
yeah.
confused
So like,
on what your position.
Okay. So if the government was able to provide food, water, and shelter, then I think they should. Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's a better take than just the government must provide food, water, and shelter. I'll grant you that. That's definitely a better take. So would an acceptable, you say, if the government is capable?
Yeah.
right,
But now, to be clear, I personally think that the U.S. government is capable. So
Okay.
I just want that out there. I'm just saying, like, as a broad statement, you know, I'm qualifying because there are some governments out there that are not
Yeah,
capable.
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so you do think the U.S. government, like as policy, in your ideal U.S. government, there would be a policy that like people have the right to food, water, and shelter provided for them by the government?
Well, I mean, it would just be like it could be even just a UBI that could cover food, water, and shelter, I would be for a policy like that. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I haven't thought about my point that I'm gonna make in a UBI context. But okay, well, that's sort of interesting.
Mhm.
So if you're saying people have the right to a UBI, then that's not necessarily saying people have the right to food, water, and shelter, right? Because somebody might misuse their UBI.
So
you see where the go ahead.
I was giving one like example. Like if the government wants to provide food, water, and shelter specifically, that's one way to do it. If they provided a UBI that would cover food, water, and shelter, like I mean, I can't, obviously we can't force someone to eat something on food, water, or shelter. I mean, I guess we can. We with like SNAP, we can force people not to buy soda. But yeah, I don't know. Danny Boy is in Brett's live. Oh God. Well, good luck to Brett.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm asking is, in your ideal, right? Like, if you could change the policies around in America, if you're the president for a day or whatever, would you say that people have the right to a UBI that they can use to buy food, water, and shelter, or would you say that people have the right to food, water, and shelter? You see the distinction?
Oh shit, we have to. Okay, well, hold on. I'm so sorry. We have 3 minutes to do the crossword puzzle before we lose our streak.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Hold on, chat. We almost forgot. It's 11:57. She took a 3-hour nap. A 3-hour nap. A 3-hour nap. Actually, if somebody wants to come up and have this discussion with him while we do, we could cheat with chat.
Yes.
Step in French. 3 letters. Step in French. U.S. bills with olive branches on them. Which are the 4 letters? Are those tens? Which one? U.S. bills with olive branches on them. Ones. Okay, ones. Oh my god, it is hard. Okay. Sedate or sober? 5 letters.
Hi, Matt. Hi, Erica. Hi.
Okay, we got pos, we got ones. Sedate or sober? 5 letters. Sedate or sober? P ChatGPT a screenshot. Yep. Okay. English translation of the Mandarin ni hao. Oh, ni hao is hello, right? Okay. Word that adds weight. 2 letters. Word that adds weight. LB. I don't know. Sedate or sober. Okay, we could go down. Glitzy or glam posh. Okay. Contribution to a kitty. AN space E. Okay. Animals in the pinniped family. SE blank L seals. Seals? Yeah, well, that one might be wrong. Cylindrical farm building. Silo. Okay. Sedate or sober. It starts with an S. Oh, anti. Okay. Sedate or sober. Stay. STAI. Stayed. Did we get it? It's midnight. I don't know if we made the streak. Let's see. No. That was like a 60-day streak. Ah, Jesus. Damn. We should have ended the live. We might have remembered earlier if we ended the live. Change the time and settings. Oh my god! Wait, my one aunt would change the time and settings so that she can get she could play more Candy Crush. Okay, sorry. Hi, guest. I apologize,
Yeah.
guys.
No, you're totally good. 60-day streak, serious business. Okay, so yeah, back to my question. So like in your ideal, you're president for a day. Would you write into the Bill of Rights, people have the right to food, food, water, and shelter, but I'll just use food as an example. Would you write in people have the right to food, or would you write in people have the right to UBI?
I think if I only had one day, I probably wouldn't do either. I would need to start with like things that are currently
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, no, I
Now,
understand.
that being said, if I were to like add to the Bill of Rights somehow and get it to pass through Congress, this is the best live for ADHD. If I were to add to the Bill of Rights, it would probably be the first one, and then UBI could be a way to accomplish the first one, or whichever you said was the food, water, and shelter.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sort of just trying to get you to make like a clear claim on yes, people have the right to food in your ideal. So that would be a yes?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I understand that position. It's a very common position. I do think that there's like a fundamental moral problem that sort of introduces, which is the idea that somebody could have the right if Joe has the right to food as enforced by the government. Well, food requires labor, which means Joe effectively has the right to someone else's labor as enforced by the government, which is very problematic, obviously, as forced labor is problematic.
I personally think that when we have so much wealth inequality and we have so much wealth at the top, yeah, I do think when 90% of the country being covered by like one guy, just like Elon Musk's taxes. Yeah, we're entitled to Elon Musk's labor. How about that? I don't know. It's just like if the people that are at the top used labor to get there. So why would it?
But it's voluntary labor, right? There's a big difference between voluntary labor and involuntary labor.
So they're paying taxes, right? They agree to pay taxes, correct?
Yeah, you're referring to his employees?
No, anybody.
Yeah.
That when they live in a society, they agree to pay taxes. So if I want to make it so that Elon Musk pays 90% in tax so that I can give food, water, and shelter to everybody, that's not for Elon Musk to say, no, I want it only to go to Israel, right? I mean,
that was funny. That was actually good. That was funny. Yeah. No, I think taxes are sort of like a what's that called? I think taxes are sort of like missing the point. The point is about labor, right? Where taxes aren't exactly labor. Like my personal philosophy is that taxation is largely theft, but I'm talking specifically about labor in this scenario.
Yeah. Well, we're not taking anyone's labor because Elon Musk didn't work for all that money. So like the way I would implement food, water, and shelter for everybody is not by getting Joe Schmo to work a little bit more so that the other Joe Schmo. No, it's by getting Elon Musk to just pay me more money, and then I give it to everybody.
Right, but what does Elon Musk's money do in that scenario? Elon Musk's money goes to farmers, and then farmers create the food, right?
What? Wait, are you under the impression that for everyone to have access to food, water, and shelter, we need to produce more food, water, and shelter?
Well, no, I'm under the impression that for people to have access to food, water, and shelter, we need to produce food, water, and shelter.
We already do. We do.
Right.
We got a bunch.
But the government doesn't force. But the government doesn't force people to produce that, right? If you're saying someone has the right to food, water, and shelter, then what you're saying is the government should force people to provide that. That's a big difference from people.
No. I'm sorry. You don't have to force anybody to make food, water, and shelter if we're paying them for it.
Right, but what if nobody wants to?
Carrie, okay, hold on one second. Carrie, thank you for the $2. Ask guest if we taxed only billionaires and could give everyone food, water, and shelter, and even healthcare, and those billionaires still remain billionaires afterwards, like after the taxing, would he be for this?
I'm against taxes. I think taxation is theft, but I do want to say to that guest, you're sort of missing the point. The point isn't really that the problematic area isn't who we're taxing to provide the food. The problematic area is who's going to be providing.
I am, and what I'm saying is that you're presenting a hypothetical that does not exist within our framework in the United States.
Right,
not only
hypotheticals exist to test logic, right? They don't have to exist in reality.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, sure.
Yes.
So in your hypothetical, we have a society where there is not enough food, water, and shelter being produced for everyone.
Sure.
Your hypothetical.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And so in this hypothetical, we would need to.
But wait. Can I say one clarifying thing?
Yes.
So in my hypothetical, you could say there's not enough being produced, but the key point is that, one of the important key points is that society hypothetically is capable of producing it, but people aren't voluntarily producing it, right?
Well,
so people aren't voluntarily producing the food, which
Okay.
they are technically capable of producing.
Okay. So what would yeah, by the way, everyone in chat saying food waste is astronomical, houses sit empty. Yeah. I agree. He's trying to have a philosophical debate, and I'm in a king of the jungle kind of mood, so I figured I'd indulge. Obviously, pragmatically, you recognize, just so we're clear,
Yes.
Pragmatically, you recognize the United States could provide food, water, and shelter right now. We have an abundance of all of them, right? Pragmatically, you agree.
Yeah,
We're just talking about philosophically.
Yes, I don't think that there wouldn't be enough farmers. Yes,
Okay,
I
perfect.
think yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But I do think can I say one caveat? I do think that if your philosophical framework
He answered it,
allows-
Kerry. He answered it. He would not be for it. He thinks that taxation is theft, even if it meant that billionaires remained billionaires and everyone was better off. Which, by the way, I personally think is ludicrous. Like, pragmatically speaking, if you take somebody and you say, "Hey, your life is going to be exactly the same," and hundreds of millions of people's lives are going to get better, and you say, "Well, I'm against that," that to me it doesn't compute. I cannot fathom. How could you could be against somebody taking a person, making their life exactly the same, and that means hundreds of millions of people having better lives?
I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to respond to that because I want to stay on topic. But yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I just personally think that I don't think that broke people should be taxed either, right? Not just billionaires. I think taxation.
I understand. I just it's just like taxation could be theft. I think if we want to say taxation is theft, then I think we should steal from billionaires. I think they have too much and they stole to get where they are. If we really want to, just use that word, I personally don't think taxation is theft.
Let's avoid. I want to stay on topic.
Okay. All right. So in the hypothetical that you put forward, where we somehow don't have enough food, water, or shelter, right?
Yeah.
We would have to incentivize.
We're technically capable of having enough, but people aren't voluntarily producing it.
Right. Okay. So and I'm let's say you said I was the president in this scenario. Yeah. So I would incentivize people to produce more.
But they ignore your incentives. They still don't want to.
Okay. So in your hypothetical, there are people that there is no amount of money that would make them produce more food.
Right. Yes. You would acknowledge that is hypothetically possible, right?
I suppose there is a hypothetical world.
Okay.
Where,
that's all I want. What would your response be if that happened?
If in that hypothetical world that cannot exist in the United States, actually, it can't exist. You recognize that can't exist, right? It is hypothetical. We would have to create a new universe because that's not something that can exist.
No, there's a difference between cannot and likely would not, right? We know it likely would not exist in the United States, and that's a very strong likely. That's a 99.9999 whatever percent. It's a very strong likely, but there is a difference between.
So just tell me how it would. All right, so give me an example of how it could exist, because I genuinely think it could not exist.
You're what? You think that's literally impossible?
Well, just give me an example of it being possible.
Well, no, it just is. Are people capable of voluntarily?
I need your brain to provide me an example of it being possible.
I know. We're gonna walk through it here. Are people capable of voluntarily performing labor? Yes.
Yes.
Are people capable of choosing not to voluntarily perform labor?
Yes.
Then it is entirely possible that all of the people might choose not to voluntarily perform labor. Yes.
But if a society were to exist where nobody would want to produce food, right?
Yes.
Then how would people eat?
Well, that's sort of what I'm asking you, because you're saying that people have the right to food. So what would you do in that society?
I'm saying the logic that you're presenting is irrational. This isn't a society. Yes, if we create a hypothetical where
not
humans,
irrational.
No, it is irrational to choose not to eat.
It's not. What? Well, nobody's choosing not to eat. It's just the farmers are deciding they don't want to farm, which is entirely possible.
Are they farming just enough for themselves?
It's entirely possible, and you granted that premise already. You
Wait,
granted that it was
are they
possible.
farming just enough for themselves?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. Maybe, sure, maybe.
Okay,
Like,
all right.
it
So
doesn't
in this
matter.
scenario, if we were to offer the ability for the people that are not eating to become farmers, are you saying that they would pass on that? They're like, no, I'd rather starve.
I'm not saying they would. I'm saying they could.
No, I'm saying they can't. I'm saying what you're providing is a hypothetical that doesn't exist.
That's illogical. You're saying they can't choose not to?
Yeah, I think it is illogical for humans to say I would rather starve than grow my own food. Yes.
I mean, maybe like that is illogical, but you redirected from my point. My point was it's illogical for you because you're not saying that people wouldn't choose to starve, or you're saying people wouldn't choose to starve. What I'm saying is you're saying people are incapable of choosing to starve. People are entirely capable of choosing to starve. Yes.
At a societal level, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Well. It was a good time debating you. I just have to fundamentally disagree with that. You don't think people are capable of choosing
At
not
a societal level, no. I do not think entire societies can say we're not going to make food and so we'll starve. That is never
define society. When does a group of people become a society? At that, like, what's your definition there?
You want like a minimum number?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know, 3.
So you don't think 3 people are capable of choosing to starve?
No.
Okay.
I just think, like, the whole thing's a waste of time. Like, I usually don't indulge debate bros, philosophy bros, because like it's a waste of time. Like, because when I gave you you gave me this fully hypothetical situation, and then I gave you a hypothetical situation that should be the easiest question for anyone in the world.
Hypotheticals exist to test logic. If your logic,
I understand, but the logic of your hypothetical doesn't follow.
What? What are you talking?
The logic of your hypothetical
doesn't
follow.
What part of it doesn't follow?
Because you're saying that there could exist a society that chooses to starve rather than produce food.
That could exist. Literally.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. We have no evidence to show that. Can you show me any evidence that a society has ever existed and said we'd rather starve than eat food?
Do you understand that something doesn't have to have happened in reality for it to be possible?
Okay, so wait. So are you saying that you could present a hypothetical for the supernatural?
I mean, I would need you to elaborate on what you're saying there.
So like you present a hypothetical where you want me to answer a question, but in this world humans can fly. Like that's the type of thing that you're presenting to me. Like, yeah, I can answer it, but it's not gonna.
I mean, sure, but the more extravagant you get with your hypothetical, the less the less, what's the word? The less applicable it is, in reality. But my point is,
this is inapplicable in reality. Okay, I'll answer your question. In your hypothetical, with a society that could not exist, in your hypothetical,
let me rewind. People can't fly, right? People can choose not to do labor. People
not at a
fly.
societal level. No, they cannot. It's human nature. You need to eat food. You need to eat.
Yeah.
But anyway, listen, I'll just answer your hypothetical. I'll just answer it. In this hypothetical, where societies of people can say we would rather starve than grow our own food, then those people will starve and we'll start society with the regular humans. Okay? Did that answer your question? Now, no, it didn't. I just answered. I said what I would do I'm the president, right? And there's my entire country would rather starve than grow food. Then they're all gonna die. That's in this hypothetical.
So what you're saying is, right? You can say that quickly and you can act like it's completely irrelevant, yada yada yada. But what you're actually saying is you don't believe that people have the fundamental right to food.
I do. You're describing someone that is not people. That's not people. When I say that people,
you're just asserting that, and it's completely completely
no
illogical.
society has ever existed. You're creating a new breed of humans.
A society does not have to exist for it to be capable of.
Okay, so now I'll Phil bro you. Watch this. Okay, so I believe that humans that exist currently in the year 2025 and all of the years prior have the right to food, water, and shelter. If a type of human exists that would be willing to starve rather than eat, then they do not have the right to food, water, and shelter. Does that answer your question better?
So all humans do not have the right to food, water, and shelter.
All current humans do. The person you described is not a human. It's a hypothetical human. It's a fake person.
No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I think you maybe fundamentally misunderstand hypotheticals and fundamentally misunderstand logic and
No,
reason.
no, you're not following me. You're
yeah,
really not. You're trying to say that my statement.
You're saying that something can't exist in reality unless it has existed in reality, which is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What I'm saying is that the thing you're describing is not something that can exist the way humans are. And everything we know about humanity, what you're describing is not something that can exist. So if you'd like me to revise my statement...
Wrong. Define can.
Hear that? You hearing this? Define can.
Yeah, you use the word, it is not something that can exist. I want to know what you're...
Can humans fly?
No.
No, whoa, what if they develop wings?
Well, I mean, if humans develop wings, then they could fly. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, there you go. So humans right now at a societal level cannot just in mass choose to not eat. It goes against their survival instinct.
Why not?
But because their survival instinct would push them towards eating. Food is delicious.
Okay, you don't think that could be mismanaged, right? You don't think the government could mismanage something?
Oh, if the government is preventing them from eating, that's possible. That's not your hypothetical.
No, you don't think the government could mismanage. You don't think the government could mismanage the food supply, and the government now there's not enough people who want. Let's say you presented government subsidies as an example. You don't think the government is capable of mismanaging those subsidies, and now there's not enough subsidies, so there's not enough food being produced? You don't think that's possible?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with my hypothetical.
It has everything to do with the hypothetical.
You said if the government mismanages. Your hypothetical involves humans saying, no, we'd rather starve than grow food.
Well, no, we'd rather starve than grow food. No, not necessarily. My hypothetical is just that there's no one who's voluntarily farming the food for the population.
Yeah, and that would never exist because that would mean that the people that are starving...
You can assert that, but it does not mean that it is true.
Okay, well, we just disagree on reality. So, I mean, the thing is, like, you're already... It's clear that you are too lost in the Phil Bro perspective because I'll just tell you right here, like, you think philosophy is more important than reality. And I know it because when presented with this super easy hypothetical that anyone with just an ounce of pragmatism and an ounce of wrinkles in their brains would answer differently than what you did. The hypothetical is, there is a billionaire, and then you can tax them in a way where they're still a billionaire, but now hundreds of millions of other people increase their quality of lives. The billionaire's life does not change at all. You said you still wouldn't want to do that. And that to me means that you don't care about reality. Like philosophically,
taxation is theft.
Yeah, that's a great belief. Okay, that's a great belief. But
do you believe in private property?
I don't care about. I'm not engaging with this anymore. The fact of the matter is, you're the type of person that would go to a stoplight and be like, well, philosophically, there's that red light does not stop me, and then you drive and get T-boned and be like, what happened? I live in the world of reality. I don't care about your philosophical axioms. Okay, the reality is, if there's a person that we can do nothing to, and it means hundreds of millions of people are benefited, that should be an easy answer. That should be easy. Oh, that guy is affected in no way, and hundreds of millions of people are affected positively. That's an easy answer. A society filled with people like you would make the wrong decision over and over and over again. So I'm good on that. If you want to have a philosophical debate, I recommend maybe debating Carbon, or I honestly wouldn't want to waste his time either, but he's more in tune with a lot of these philosophical terms that you get off to. So you have fun with simping for billionaires, and I hope you grow out of it eventually. One day you'll meet a girl. Okay. Yes, Carbon will cook him. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, the reality is the guest created a hypothetical that does not exist, that like humans cannot choose to just not eat at a societal level. It doesn't make sense. So what he wants me to do is he wants me to recant my statement saying that humans have the right to food, water, and shelter. It's like, no. I can still have that statement. humans 2 or Earth 2 inhabitants of his hypothetical don't have a right to eat food, water, and shelter. If at a societal level you created a population that doesn't want food, then now we're at it. That's a different. That's not humans. That's different. He wanted us to reaffirm his nonsense. Yeah, I know. He wanted to reaffirm his bootlicking. Like, the reality is, what he is, he's a libertarian. Libertarians think taxation is theft because billionaires were really good at tricking them into thinking that they can be billionaires too one day. And that's what a hypothetical is. And yes, it was dumb, but just bite the bullet because he's still world record. I don't know what the W. I did bite the bullet. I said, yeah, in that hypothetical, the people that exist in that hypothetical do not have the right to food, water, and shelter. But that's just not humans that we talk about. He attended the Jordan Peterson School of Debate. Yeah, when he asked define can, I think it was pretty clear. Okay, what's your poll, baby?
Poll, and then would you consider the mile?
I saw that.
No, you didn't.
The meme. Or it was a
meme?
Yeah, it was a TikTok comment or something. I saw it. We could do a poll, I guess. But
I think we should.
they're actually all saying no. We don't even have to waste our time with the poll.
Look, that was a.
Dan, what if hypothetically you define the word can? What the hell? Sure. Maybe. Oh, you know what's wild? YouTube and Twitch do not see what TikTok sees. So YouTube and Twitch, you guys, I'm going to show. Hold on, I got to show YouTube and Twitch what's going on. This is what I've looked like for the past like half an hour at least. Yeah, that's what TikTok is seeing. Pretty much ever since Mac asked her first question. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to be nice to YouTube and Twitch because I'm about to end their lives. YouTube and Twitch, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And I will see you later this week. Bye, YouTube and Twitch.